Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run go pop 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 some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, dinner dinner dim, such a shunt. It tastes good, such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop bop bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. When I'm in charge, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pop 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 some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt, such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop bop bop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Bum 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 bum. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine. Dinner dinner din doesn't mean that they don't love you. Entertainment of entertainment of entertainment. When I'm in charge. Entertainment of entertainment of entertainment of entertainment of entertainment of entertainment. Don't fuss with me. It tastes good. Dinner dinner din. It tastes good. Bum 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 bum. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt, such a shunt. I'm in charge. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Yeah. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop bop bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, candy in the sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Dinner dinner din. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you. Well, that's all for today. Bye bye.
Yo, people, what's happening today? I got a lot, so let's and let's get right to it, baby. All right, welcome in to the Purge, and we're gonna start with I'm gonna do it a little different today. I'm gonna mix it up, and we're gonna throw the fun stuff in there. Hi, Meanie, and Lala's here somewhere. She's so it's people have asked me a lot about a video I did, and I'm gonna tell you right up front that what I'm gonna talk about is already outdated technology, but backward country bumpkins
You guys, I found the knife.
that are
I cannot believe this.
not familiar with cloud technology can be found using older stuff maybe. And as of a couple years ago, this technology was very prevalent. Okay, and I've got a few things to show you, but in a later video, I'm going to show you more. I have some of the stuff that they're using that just recently became popular, but just to punish you a little bit, I'm going to make you watch this.
Play and discovered something unexpected. They met the legendary diving cat. The cat seemed to enjoy floating in the water as if it were her first time, calmly looking up with her nose sticking out, gurgling with water, and having the time of her life. Who else wanted to join? He went.
All right. Oh, man. If that doesn't break, I think that's the same dog that was scared of the cat from yesterday. If you happen to be watching that. So let's see. They're going to time me out on these ones here. No Thought Riot. R.I.P. Thought Riot. It's a sad thing. No replies whatsoever. Sorry, guys. We all love Malia and Brendan. But let's get to, first of all, if you didn't see my post, oh, this is good. You got to watch this.
As they have to get the right angle and enough leverage to even make it inside the stream, until one fish shows the others how it's done by launching himself in just the right position. These salmon got...
That's pretty fun. So, all right. The first thing I want to talk about, I came across today, and this one, I'm only bringing this one up because another woman has died, and this one, they found her unresponsive. So I don't know if this is going to lend itself to investigational kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. My dog wouldn't even let me put him in the water meeting. Thank you for coming in, by the way. So at Burning Man last year, a guy died. Now a girl died.
Successful, and that woman was pronounced dead. Life-saving
I
measures were not
say
successful,
that
and
because
that
if
woman
you
was
look at the way that Burning Man is set up, it is a kind of a circle of wagons. So everybody's got their camp. They don't necessarily want you coming in and raining on their parade, so to speak. So it makes me wonder. It's something that I noticed today, and I wanted to share with you guys. So that was one thing that happened. Another thing I talked about was the 800 stops that the Pinellas County and Florida Highway Patrol stops did on Friday this week. They made over 500 arrests 500 tickets and arrests, and 220 people were arrested. I mean, that it's staggering. There's my pen. A staggering number. And so you're going to notice now, and they're going to say, wolf packs for the holiday. They've done a massive amount of hiring. We have, I think, over 400 deputies now in our sheriff department alone, and then we have local police also. And I'm sure that maybe it's similar in your town, maybe not. But what's important to think about is they're militarized. They have to have something to do. They have these private money-making jails that they're filling up, prisons, Whack and Hut, all these companies, and people are so, for them to put these type of aggressive things going down. Now, a lot of the tickets were for speeding. A lot of the arrests were, I'm sure, legit. Great. You got some people, but with as bad as people are hurting, all it's doing is breaking the backs of those who are already on their last leg. You follow? And it's going to continue and say, oh, through the holidays, we're just going to ramp things up, and they even advertise it. And they brag about how many people they brought down. Well, you know what? That's your brother, that's your sister, that's your cousin, that's your mom, that's your dad. So, who are they patting on the back? I'm not patting them on the back. That's for damn sure. Okay, anyways, so, yeah, this one is good. I want to talk about what law enforcement has at the ready that they use on the daily, unchecked. And, just a quick mention of FFS with Viviana, who is the self-proclaimed debunker of anything factual. So, if you have the time, don't look at that. I didn't know that they were supposed to be filled to a certain capacity, but I guess a capacity was down. They must have let a bunch of people out. You can get this pizza in
$50. All right, guys,
you
here
get
it
$150
comes.
if you eat this whole pizza.
16-pound
And I was
pizza challenge
evaluating
here
it.
at Sorrento's in Long Beach, California. Thank you so much.
I got that Long Beach where Sublime is from there. And then I'm going to do a compliment before you criticize thing. This is insane. So this is probably an ad. It's some company sponsoring this that I was surprised is sponsoring it, but look at this amount of garbage. Outstanding, right? And then this guy, while we're on water, he dives down, and I think I've diving about where he is right now. Look at how far he goes down in this pool, and it's like no thanks. I'm like, yeah, exactly, no thanks. I mean, I know people that are free divers, but that's just insane. One more.
Bark this early. Now, what did I just? We don't bark this early. Now, what did I just say? We don't bark this early. No. No.
Yeah, and this is the reason why everyone is treated so well in these prisons. The unbelievable amount of abuse that goes on there, the unalivings, like as AR has spoken about on many occasions, the rough conditions, the privileges, all that stuff. And that was funny. Where's the thing? Oh no, I think I lost it. So this one is, if you haven't seen this, I'm surprised that it's not more out there. And this is that camera there in the back, Linda Lane. This dumpster. And you'll see where he puts it, or she. That's where I'm going with another theory.
Watch this.
This
Oh my
is
God,
bubbly
shaking.
waters here.
Watch this.
We've all seen this video a million times,
pull it
but
right
check it
out.
out now. Watch, right there.
There it is, right there.
Boom. That certainly looks like a knife. So, anyway. Oh, sorry. So one thing you have to think about with, as they say, serial unalivers or whatever, is even if it, unless it's a professional thing, you have some type of essay going on. You know what I'm saying? Essay. But more importantly, is the fact that two people were left alive here, females, attractive females, and the person that did it clearly, the person or persons that did it clearly walked right by their door, or they weren't there. But the thing you have to think about is it possible that one of, does that, I think it lends credence to the theory that possibly, allegedly, one of the unalivers was a female. So a female wouldn't be interested in essaying another girl, or watching their boyfriend, whose dad is a repeat offender with no hope of changing, apparently, that worships his dad, participating together. They don't want to watch their boyfriend essay somebody. I think it was a coordinated effort. Okay, now what you have to think about is what technology do they use? Yo, Twiz, get up here, dude. I can make a link, I think. Nah, you're busy enough. Did I fall asleep during your live? Anyway, so I'm not trying to waste time. Sorry. I'm trying to find that tab. I don't know. Maybe I closed it. But what they have, and everybody's been talking about it, and I watched it enough now. I can tell you on my own. Is you have the Stingray technology, right? And so they have two different styles: an older style and a new backpack style. The backpack style is used primarily like in, riot events, or, BLMs or whatever these things are, to walk through the crowd. And they can gather with enough of these little backpack devices, about 60,000 phones, data. And what it is you have a filter in between your phone and the cell tower that you're trying to get to. The bottom line is the machine acts like a go-between, and so it's going to intercept an active phone's activity, usually without participating in it. And there are ways that you can defeat it, all kinds of ways. So, where did I put that? Okay. So here's the first one that I want you to see. Now, this one is for the ladies out there. And there are phone apps that can see through the walls. But what we have are these two right here that I wanted to bring to your attention. Okay, so I'm going to play this first one, and you're going to see how clearly that this is an X-ray. This is just the portable X-ray machine that they are using. Mostly you see it in SWAT and these types of things. But this technology, the law enforcement in your town probably has tanks and stuff. So it's not hard to believe that they have little devices like this. Even though they're expensive, they are being provided by county commissions and these types of things. And a lot of times they're kind of slipped through without being noticed. And, I mean, you want to talk about, hey, Tamara, how are you? Tamara, right? I got it right there? It's either Tamara or I'm an idiot. So here's the good picture of this. Let me zip that up a little bit for you here. Okay. Hopefully you can see. That's what was on the other side. Now watch it one more time, you'll see that it clearly... Now, okay, if you look closely, boom, right there. You can see, like, whatever the gun and everything or whatever's on the other side. And then the wood. Okay, so even the X-ray is not going through the wood. All right? Now, the reason that they got rid of lead paint a long time ago wasn't because little Tommy was chewing on the chips. It was because they had this technology to see through your house at that time. The lead paint prevents that from happening. So if you had lead paint on your walls, now yeah, that's exactly where I'm going tomorrow. Meaning I saw a post earlier showing cops with backpacks. Yeah. Yes, they can and they do. This is only a drop in the bucket. You can see how clear the picture is. Now, if you have cinder block, it's also going to go through the cinder block. This is just drywall right here, and you get a very clear picture. But now this is baby step. This is, sadly enough, old technology compared to what they have now. Check this out. I'll let this one play. This is number one with the AI. Okay, and this guy's a little conspiracy theory. They have a couple cameras out on the market, on the consumer market, that will see through walls also. And there's then that's Sony and a few other companies. Okay, so and there are FLIR cameras that are designed to attach to your phone that are able to see with infrared through walls. And it's funny because just like you have the guilters for us, you have the people trying to debunk this technology. And the first one here is a handheld device, and I actually caught an officer or a deputy actually, looking through one of my walls. And so we'll get to this one in just a sec. I just want to show you this quick little clip. But he was looking through my walls at my studio. Why, I don't know. And I happened to get a feeling, and I ran out there and looked, and I caught him. He was fumbling to get all his shit together at like 3 a.m. It just popped into my head like a chick did this. It has to be a chick involved, because if it was a bunch of guys, a bunch of pretty girls, unless it was like a pro hit, which we can reasonably think that it wasn't necessarily something, some type of gang or something like that. That it was, they would take the credit and they would give up the person that did it, or it would just, it has a professional side. It's just not something they would farm out typically. This is how they want to do it. Okay, so this is going somewhere, guys. Just follow with me, and we'll see.
Okay, so detection. You can see the hot water pipe running along the floor.
So this sees directly through with thermal. All right, going through the floor. So this is a subfloor. It's got wood. It's got tile. You can see the tile, ceramic tile. Okay, it's going right through. Bam. It's designed to look through your pipes. It can be used for nefarious means also as well. Okay, so the next one is and I'm sure you've probably heard of it by now, but the AI, and they can do it. Just the police they're using the Wi-Fi, and they'll use the Wi-Fi in your home to create a triangle. So they'll have 2 or 3 units outside of your home, and they will use the one inside to be able to get a. Here, let's listen just to the beginning of this here, okay?
Being able to have something to always protect myself with this Byrna allows me to have that peace of mind no matter.
When waves bounce off a moving object, their frequency shifts relative to the observer, a phenomenon called the Doppler effect. The Wi-Fi radar prototype works based on this principle, by detecting changes in Wi-Fi radio waves. It contains a radio receiver with 2 antennas and a signal processing unit. If a person moves towards the radar, the frequency of Wi-Fi radio waves bouncing off him increases. If a person walks away, the frequency decreases. One antenna on the radar tracks the baseline Wi-Fi radio signal in an area. The other antenna tracks changes in the frequency of Wi-Fi radio waves bouncing off objects. This allows the radar.
So with this, no matter what, they're able to directly see into the home. Okay, so you see they have the Wi-Fi router here, and they know exactly where you are. Now this isn't one where they're necessarily watching girls undress with. They're using this for more tactical means. That's a great thing. I mean, I don't want to judge by the way people look. Tamara, the thing is, you can see a little bit of something in the eyes of Dylan. I hate to put any conjecture on that just by the way somebody looks. But you know, her actions also speak loudly. She has no intention or desire to help her past friends. You know, and if you want to put that down to she's shell shocked and she's still in frozen shock phase, tell it to Tony. Okay, Tony ain't listening. Tony can't hear you. And shoot him. So yeah, I wanted to go back to that girl, the FS Viviana or whatever. I mean, people are brainwashed, bro. But anyway, just thought about that real quick. So the other one is also using radar. They have another one using radar. And then they have the FLIR camera, which is the most popular. And you'll find the FLIR camera on the drones. And so the one, no, it's Tony Gwynn. He was a I think a third baseman for the Padres back in the 90s. He passed away, unfortunately. Rip Tony. But his hat doesn't really fit me. It fits on my microphone, though. I got a Tony, I got to have my SD mic. You know what I'm saying? So here we go. This one will give you a headset thing. This is the more newer stuff.
This is it, folks. We need you to send a donation to help.
People's ears are bleeding. Hello. There we go. Okay. So the point here is they have more than they're ever going to tell you, that they'll ever tell you in court cases in the same regards. You do need, if you're listening to this podcast, you need to have a hat. Yes, it's mandatory hat day. It's mandatory hat day. Mandatory hat day. Let me get the jar. No. So I really want to get into this quickly. So when they have this, and they do already have this, some of the better funded law enforcement agencies, and they're using it unchecked because there's no paper trail. So there's no reason for a warrant. They're not going in your house physically. They're not standing near your yard. This is a headset. Well, check it out. Scary stuff here.
Arrived at the scene. License plate scan. Yeah, the plates don't match. Wait, stop there! We've got a runner. It's an IC1 male black jacket. It's about 5'10".
GoldenEye, locate floor plans for Sandy's Electronics Warehouse, 32
So,
Road.
right, I didn't realize there was music on. But this headset is just a piece of the bigger picture there, that they have more of a I'll show you the one that the cop had at my studio, and I when I saw it, I've been searching this stuff for years, and finally it's come around, and you'll see some people trying to do, can they use thermal cameras to see through walls? Well, the answer is yes. And I don't know who's putting out these videos that say it's a myth. That's a bunch of BS. Because look at this right there. You can see. He's seeing through the wall. So watch. All right. And so there are ways to stop it. The one effective way would be somebody monitoring you from the street. If it's a lens, if it's a camera, you can use lasers and you can use light to blind the lens at the window, at the wall, at the whatever it's going to go through. Mylar is the only thing that's going to prevent a thermal camera from seeing through. And also, it will be somewhat effective with the X-ray, but not as effective. You need lead with the X-ray, and the X-ray is the game changer. So check it out. Let's see if we can go music free on this one.
Ever wished you could see through walls? Well, now you can.
So hang on, I gotta get past this stupid shit.
Light from one direction hits an image sensor, and that's that. But the Litro
sorry.
Yet.
This
There are
is the
people
one I had
working
queued up.
at light,
I'm
bounces back
embarrassed, but
off
no,
of the door, and then returns to the camera. The key is that all these photons return at a slightly different time. The difference in time in the photon.
This is another thing he's talking about is a camera that can see around corners, because something about the science, blah, blah, blah. So where I wanted to go with all this is, so yeah, be careful. You can get those emergency blankets, like I said, $3 at Walmart. Put them in places where you feel most vulnerable, on your ceiling, on your wall. Like I said, though, be careful because those thermal blankets are flammable. So if you have an open candle near them and they're draping and they get, you know what I'm saying? They burn up really quick. I could show you how quickly they burn up if I could find a guitar pick. But you get the idea. You burn it, and it's plastic. Basically, it's just going to burn up. And if it catches on something else, then you're in trouble. But so here's the thing. Okay, so there was reportedly an investigation in the area. At least we're well aware that there was an investigation in the area, at least, and there's a lot of ongoing activity in that area. From what Jay Embry has uncovered, whether you believe him or not, there was a 4-county task force working in that area. Whether 1122 was involved or not, I can almost 100% guarantee you that house's devices had at one point or another connected to the Stingray. Okay? And that's the most commonly used. Like I said, there is newer technology. I lost the page, and I kind of wanted to get into the newer stuff later. But let me see if I find it. I'm sorry. They also have another one, so I'll talk about that in a second. But the Stingray, as we know, not to get into too much science, what it does is it tricks the phone into thinking it's the strongest signal cell phone tower. And so once it's into your phone, it's not only collecting your phone calls and your texts. 2012, and I've been looking since then, and finally I'm finding videos. That's why I'm not worried that I don't have it up, because there's a lot of them, and you are more than welcome, obviously, on your own time to just search cameras that see through walls. And it's finally now coming out. What I've been saying all along is true. And they're not advertising it. They're not telling you. They're not getting warrants for it. That's not the most important part. The important part is not that quiz is worthless. Totally worthless anyway. But what we're looking at with that cell phone data is a waste of time. To me, obviously it's a waste of time because they can't pinpoint him with it, first of all. But if there was let's just go into theory mode real quick on it, okay? I think he wants to go sideways now. If I like to see the SD, he's talking to me. if, say, there was an investigative task force, 4-county task force going on in Latah and over there near Pullman, what type of devices are they using on the regular? One of the devices or all of the devices at some point or another, even if they were criminals at 1122, I don't know that they would have the knowledge to necessarily beat the Stingrays and whatever other technology, I guess it would be intelligence of law enforcement. I know it's an oxymoron, but I think that one or all of them had their phones basically tapped. Okay, so it doesn't only get your cell phone calls, cell phone texts. Once they are into your IME, they can get onto your camera, onto your mic, so they're hearing and seeing whatever is going on an active phone at any time. Once they have your IME, and that's how they get. That's what the Stingray does. It gets your IME, and we all know what that IME is, or whatever that's SMIE or whatever. Okay, so what are the chances that Brian Koberger's phone also was on the IME, whatever? They haven't said anything about that. Is this something that they have up their pocket, or is that something that exonerates him? If say, per se, that does. Okay? So what we have to think about is, where is that why the FBI was so quick to point to Brian Koberger? If he was. Now, that's why I have this Bubbly Waters thing pulled up, and I don't know how many of you have heard this conversation before or not, but she's got that little silly song in the beginning of hers, Ready or Not, Here Rock. It's in my head now. Anyway, this is a lot more informative than the title lends. And this is here, listen.
Whatever they were doing. And they came home. I noticed that they were home early the next morning before I went to bed after talking with her. And we noticed that that car was back. And I was asleep. And then my husband came home from lunch, and he points that they were out there cleaning it. And they were there for a couple more hours, and that
this
car
would have been November 14th, I guess?
It was like the Thursday.
Yeah.
Because I remember the FBI came here and was asking me, because I left a tip.
You left a tip about the neighbor?
Mm-hmm. Because, like, we're not sure, I'm not saying that it's happening, but they always have their blinds open. They're always staring at us.
Right.
Looking in our window. They're constantly always staring at us.
Wait, so the FBI came because you called to say,
the tip line.
Hey, it was the tip line.
Yeah, and he said
when
they were
did you call? The day after?
A couple days later, because I was like,
so a couple days later, after the November 13th thing.
Oh, yeah.
You learned about it, and you thought, red car, you know what kind of car?
It's just a beater is all I know.
A beater?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're talking about the red car that the guys were bleaching it the next day.
Two red cars, and I thought the one red car that was back, because when they said, when they came there, I was like, yeah, they came back. It wasn't
car
a red car. Car. They have a old beat up blue Ford.
Beat up old what?
A blue Ford. A beat up
blue Ford.
Yeah.
But the red car, you don't know what kind.
And they have two different ones.
So you called to say, hey, that there was a guy cleaning it up with bleach?
Yeah, with bleach, and he left the trash open.
Now listen to this.
Or not open, but it was partially open. The lid wasn't shut all the way. And the paper towels and stuff was hanging out of it.
They called the tip line, and they said
and the bleach was still sitting there. It's still sitting there. That one car still has not been back.
The red car. It's
the
gone?
red car. There's another red one over there, but that's not the one.
Okay, so there was a red car here, and it's now gone.
Mm-hmm.
Did it leave right that day?
It left the night they bleached it, which was about 40 days after it happened.
What time was it? Were they bleaching around noon?
Yeah.
Who bleaches a car?
The next day, and then that night it disappeared?
Yep. And we have not seen it since.
So the FBI came over to you, and you told them this again, right? And did they go over and question them?
The people weren't there, and he says, okay, he goes, I'm just going to let you know, we'll probably be back and forth around over here, just keeping an eye out on everything. And then I'm going to try to see if, when they're home, if we can introduce ourselves and find out the question.
Okay. So you don't know if it's an ongoing issue or not?
I'm not sure.
And so these officers waited a week before following up on this at all. And now that the reason I talk about this part is because you had Darlene Nikki the other day talking about rumors that they have new evidence to drop that the defense will strongly fight to debunk, and it is rumored that it will be evidence towards another suspect, that they're only holding Koberger just to placate and as a place card, basically, until they have the real unalivers, and if you can believe that. And so, and secondly, I think I spoke about it last night. The 103 pieces of evidence originally turned into 113 after the cowboys entered the house. So there's the possibility that those cowboys were carrying those little handheld guns that see through the walls to find whatever cameras that may have been installed in that house, whether it was put in there by Xana, whether it was put in there by somebody with more nefarious means. Now, anybody that was a professional in this case would not have left the front door open. I left my car door open one time, and somebody called the cops, and I almost got in trouble. We were out on Lake Tarpon, and me and a girlfriend of mine were having a good time, and we left the car door open because we were. And so anyway, we're out in the dock, and they pull up. If you leave a door open, it's an open door. It's an invitation for somebody to come in, for somebody to think something is wrong out of a house, just to leave it wide open when it's freezing cold outside. And so I think that eliminates a professional, unless there was some type of chase or something, and whatever, they had to run out of the house and leave it. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't have left through the back door. When they got there, supposedly the door was open. Okay, so let's go on for this a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
That's crazy coincidence.
But yeah, the whole bit where they're putting down his 2007 case up with what happened.
Yeah.
So she's talking about her husband, so I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. And I had not heard this audio until today also. And I really want everyone to listen to this right here.
Put my name, and he put a satellite thing with a map from here to the homicides. Yeah, look how close this is. And he's got our trailer circled on his map.
It's close enough. I was almost going to move into those apartments.
Yeah, it's right up over past our Freedom and like 2 streets over. It's very close.
2-minute walk?
Oh no, it's probably like 10 minutes.
10-minute walk? Yeah. Jeez. Alright.
Yeah.
Sorry for what you're going through, obviously.
The reason he's saying sorry is this is the mother. I don't know if there's another WSU Kim bomb, but the mother of this girl is the one talking. She tried to unalive herself twice in one night. Let me see if I can find the picture of her here. By drinking and driving and whatever. Well, anyway, we know who she is because when she was arrested for drunk driving, she threatened the officers that she wasn't going to bring Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner to them, which she does every year. And she said, I felt bad about that. I wanted to apologize. So we know who she is.
Designated driver for a friend's birthday party.
Right.
And instead, when they started sending that, I mean, she was getting messages after messages, so she decided she was going to try to drink herself to death. Then that didn't work. She realized that her and her boyfriend was coming here, and it was early morning, and she tried causing an accident, got the tire on her car popped.
Okay. Twiz, got me?
Who is that? Oh, it's you. I'm explaining to him the whole situation. Our alibi on this whole murder thing to make sure, that cleared.
Did police ask you?
Yeah. No. Oh, no.
Why is she talking about her alibi? About the whole M thing?
Because he had something happen a long time ago, right?
Yeah. So she goes on.
DNA, his fingerprints,
2007,
everything.
they put something on.
Yeah, they're throwing it back out. James Leonard, convicted murderer.
Right.
Come on now, leave that alone. He was young and stupid, and he'll be the first one to admit it.
That was 15 years ago.
He was depressed the other night. Drank a little more than what he should have on his antidepressants. And I think that's what triggered him, because he's never once touched me, never once touched my kid.
So here we go again with a gaslit victim of a narcissist defending somebody that is in the area, which is the only important thing.
Well, the problem is that I guess that it would all be laid out in a complaint that Fox News even put it up and just went
Yeah, and then
that was
it has
alleged.
nothing to do with it. Yeah. And there's people on the internet trying to pin the murders and stuff on him. Yeah. It's like, there's nothing. My daughter, the one that was just out here, she has bad depression, and this is my alibi, and this is what that Jonathan person wanted me to tell him. Do you have a card ready? I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and hopefully he's not him.
God.
But
I don't even know.
Yeah. It's just something. It was just a kind of like a freak accident. He's been depressed, but anyways, the night that all that happened, that day before, my daughter, her ex-baby's, her baby's father, and all his friends was harassing her and telling her to kill herself. She's got depression, as it was, and they've known this. And I had her son, and she was supposed to be the designated driver for a friend's birthday party.
Right.
So what a town, huh? New York, New Moscow. Telling her to unalive herself, man. So with the Jonathan they were talking about there, guess who it was? They're talking about JLR, Jonathan Richards. And the fact that he was walking around asking questions, and he came upon her husband, I guess, is what the bottom line was. So,
I don't want to sit here and hopefully he's not him.
God.
But
I don't even know.
How would what it would do to our family? Just a whole bunch of things and stuff. And we were up until like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and he went to bed for an hour and went to work.
Right. So then he had did some drinking earlier. Yeah.
And then the other day, he was just drinking. He's been depressed.
What if it's somebody that was totally wasted and doesn't even remember doing it? Just has that mean streak. It's possible. That's a crazy one, but all right. So anyway, this is San Diego, and they have Scripps Institute out there, and this lady has been getting some pretty cool stuff.
20 feet in the air, and everybody on the boat just started pointing, and I'm like, what is everybody looking at? Almost feels like they were doing like Olympic style jumps. Like they were just all trying to be like Simone Biles and just touch the sky and come down. It was
How insane is that? So I need a breather. I need a breather, man. It's some intense things. The red car is going to go far. So my point with the cell phone data, I don't think it matters at all. Because the thing about the cell phone data is when they request it, which they don't even have to request it anymore, they have a deal, an ongoing thing with the cell phone companies now where they just can request it and they get it, and there's no warrant in between at all. It's there. They lay down for the law enforcement now with it. They don't even ask. So beyond that, without the cell phone tower data, with just say a Stingray, there is no paper trail whatsoever. So they could have gathered whatever they wanted and not tell anybody about it and not have any record for us to see back. You see, so all this is like, I guess you would call behind the scenes stuff. But it's gonna matter. And also, if a drone was used in the attacks, what advantage? Because say we all think there were lookouts and this and that, and we've heard the audio, and some people believe it, some people don't. I think it's gotten very clear that there was a guy kind of commanding the whole thing, calling Bethany Little Miss Hatchet, and it terrifies me, but I think that the whole thing was broadcast, and that many students had the password. I think they said the password was potato, Idaho potato. I believe that is a working theory. I'm just trying to go along, and I think it may or may not have been some type of ritual or cult thing. I'm more just inclined to think that they kind of acted on their own. They did a big thing, and I do think the intention was there to do harm, and that the reason that people's rooms got walked right by was because they were involved. I don't think it has anything to do with I was tired or I had no intention of hurting them. It was because they were involved. And this is their stories are the stupidest stories I've ever heard in my life. And I'm tired of explaining them or trying to twist this whole thing around to explain why their stupid stories make sense, because they point blank period do not make any sense. So you might as well just throw those in the garbage that they didn't check on the outside of the sliding glass door and light a match to it. Okay? You've got somebody creating an alibi at a place they weren't at that is the direct boyfriend of one of the roommates. You can lie on any other night, but on that night, do not lie. So we wonder what data that may or may not have been accessible right away to the local guys that this task force might have had gathered. Now, another thing that they have, and it's going over your town, it's going over my town right now, is a plane that records all the time in the area of wherever it's flying. It records a very large area. I don't know if it was 2 to 10 square miles. And so they can go to a certain point of when that plane is recording and watch it back or get still photos back. We've shown it used in several crimes in LA now. And that's why I always say good luck getting away with a crime anymore, because they're going to get you one way or the other. Have you seen my hat? And it's the scary thing to me really right now isn't the fact that they're using this stuff all the time against us. The scary thing is that, especially in this case, they're not telling us about it. And the less they tell us, the more inclined I am to think that they were using it and that they have everything they need, and they definitely have the wrong guy in jail. You know, to think that one college student did this. And I was reading the Guilters today, this FFS, Viviana, and people over there. Oh, those are the kind of people that say this and they say that about the school. And how could they say bad about the healing garden? And I'm like, okay, one thing that they're saying is, man, I forgot. I did too many impersonations. That how could people that have punctured lungs scream? So if you're going to tell me that Brian Koberger jumped around into a door, around a corner, onto a bed so quickly and was able to stab, hey Echoes, I loved your video the other day. She did a video and I watched Xana. Xana is much more subtle. The energy coming from that. I want to watch your energy on the house one. I haven't caught that. If you haven't subscribed to Echoes of Clarity, she is da bomb, très magnifique, ooh la la. And you may be shy or wary of associating even with people that do readings and these type of things, but I assure you she's good people, she's well grounded, and she's very connected. I think that we got a connection too, don't we? Going on outside. Anyway, so please, Echoes of Clarity is very great channel. Please check out her things. Go back and look at some of the things that have come out of it. And I did ask her a couple questions, and I was right along the lines of what she felt. The bottom line would have been from all the readings that she's put together is that they are greedy, and their karma is gonna bring a big fall. And the answers here, you guys, are obvious. It's obvious. It couldn't be more obvious. The deeper we dig, the more in our face it is. And they've got us so distracted with so many things from the beginning that it twists your brain around, and it's probably like, I can't solve a Rubik's Cube. I could take all the pieces apart and put them back together. That's about it. No, yeah, some people, they're shy. But anyway, so, but the answer is actually like a turn. It's simple. But they've got us twisting this Rubik's Cube around when all we got to do is just put the pieces back together. And I know we're missing a lot of pieces. Yeah, there are tunnels there, and they were hiding something when they tore that house down, and they were hiding something as they did it, in that background, no question. And I've mentioned several times that I'm not saying that it's even relative to this case, Echoes, as far as it goes with the what are they called? The parachutes, and they have a fan on the back. And I had a couple guys parachute with those things into my neighborhood, and then one got stuck in a tree. So I don't know that it'd be relative in this case, but it tunnels and these one tunnel that's not really a tunnel. It's sort of a walkway underneath the stairs that I believe it's the Queen Road Apartments, just directly 100, probably 50, 100 feet from the house there, goes behind the windows of the apartments. But it's like underneath the people underneath the stairs kind of thing. But it would be a great escape route or a very clever way in. I feel personally that the people that did this were already waiting in the house. Who could be waiting easily inside the house, inside of a locked house? When you go out to a frat party, when you go out, yeah, I know there are tunnels for sure. A lot of towns have them. That used to be a mining town. The steam travels through for the heat through those tunnels. It's always been used coming from the campus, no question about it. Whether that was utilized for this or not, but I know I'm familiar with stories that people go down there and party. Perhaps there are some fight clubs down there. A tunnel usually is a damp, moist, dank place that you wouldn't want to really technically hang out. Let's say you're an underage college student that wanted to drink, or somebody that wanted to take a date down there and have some privacy when you're sleeping 8 to 8 in a room at a frat house, and you're sleeping ass to ass 8 people. You're not going to get any privacy with a girl. This would give you that opportunity if they trusted you, I suppose. That type of thing. But anyway, these guilters, like this FFS drain damage, they were saying, oh, why wouldn't Dylan's story make sense? All these people that think he's not guilty think that somebody who's had a punctured lung could scream. So we don't think somebody with a punctured lung could scream. And like I said, he's going to successfully, one guy with a 7-inch knife, which is pretty good size, get in, pop in on them, pop before either of them make a gasp or anything. I mean, 4 times that the other roommates don't hear it. Do you see what I'm saying? Debunked. Okay. Now, there is in one of also Jay Embry's videos a document that shows the PCT or whatever the acronym is for the DNA test that they did on the knife sheath, which is, it shouldn't be admissible. If it is admissible, then the jury is being deceived, and hopefully they'll see through it with some of the testimony from the experts. But they talk about DNA from the knife sheath, and they also talk about DNA from a knife. So if you follow me on that, I had not seen that before, and I don't know that a knife has been presented in evidence, but it clearly stated. I might be misunderstanding it, but I'll try to do that in the next video. Anyway, so this is Theodore Roosevelt, and this is what he looked like, colored in. They do it frame by frame. And I'm sorry, my fat head's in the way. So that's pretty fascinating. The Rough Rider guy. Now, Theodore Roosevelt, interesting quick history, was originally, I believe he's coming from Alaska or something like that, and he was put into place by the barons of the time to do their bidding. And they got him into power, and he didn't. And he did his own thing, and it pissed him off like the Rockefellers and the Roosevelts. Anyway, so that was a very turbulent time. That election was crazy. If you haven't seen this, you're probably living in a rock. But I just saw this as a video. I hadn't seen this as a video before, so check this out. So insane. Wow. So that's a natural phenomenon that happens there. I saw this boat on one of those episodes of whatever I watch, these restoration things where they sell stuff to this. I think there's music here, but check this out. The deck on this thing is so dope, and this looks so freaking fun. I want to order one. I want to buy one and restore it or something. The only problem I have with it is it doesn't have the ballast like the wake surfing boats do. So I don't know if you could add one of those to this boat, but it would be so cool to be able to wake surf behind it. Yeah, he really pissed him off. Let me see if there's music. Yeah, it's got music. But look how you launch. So the boat is on the back of a van, basically the van front, and then check this thing out. I mean, I'm sure it was either preserved or fully restored, but 500 horsepower, and that just looks so fun. The only thing I could think is if they added a deck and maybe some solar panels, so that you had the full AC kicking it in here, it'd be a blast. And you could do your devices and TVs and all that. I mean, that's basically like a yacht on wheels, bro. Like, no question. I love this guy. Look at it. You just launch it right there, pops it off. Good times in the water. If I lived in Idaho, man, and I didn't live on a lake or something like that, so I don't know. This wild animal craze.
Не надо.
Heather, I know you haven't been eating my Mr. T cereal, and that's okay. Mr. T will be fine. Mr. T knows you haven't been eating this cereal. It's all right. Mr. T's okay. Just brush your teeth. Hi, Heather. Heather. I think I drove a lot of people crazy the other day playing that video for an hour of her dog. If you haven't subbed up to Heather Fitzgerald, I know all of you have, but make sure you go to Heather Fitzgerald and sign up on hers because she keeps coming out with great stuff that I have to steal all the time. So, yeah, these wild animals, man. Now, this isn't the only wild animal that this guy has. He also has a wolf that loves him, but it's scary. And then he's got a giant bear. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good security, I think, going in. Look at the teeth on this thing. Look at the damn teeth. Watch. And he's gentle. That's what you want a teddy bear to be. Look at how much he loves the guy. But still, and then this girl. She's beautiful and beautiful. I wonder if it makes me wonder if back in the day, like Cleopatra had like a couple of these hanging around, for protection and that type of thing. You got one right here, Heather. So this girl, this little girl, they dropped her off in Jamaica, I guess, and it's the lady's niece.
Father, that one is the father, the white one. That one is the kid. They got two kids. But the other one, look the other one there.
Oh, there's the like two kids.
Look at the mother.
Something just don't fit to me on that one. I don't know. This one I can play real quick because there is music, but you have to hear it. This dog is adorable. That'll probably get copyright. He's howling along with the music. It's funny. Anyway, sorry. Okay, anyway. This one is great. This is, sorry. Kids, get in the bed. Put on the earmuffs. Here comes. Sorry, but it's funny.
Number. Man, put it for me, man. That's not the number. No, mom. See? Cheap.
And it's not $80. Daniel, it's $60. It's not $80. Learn how to do math, motherfucker.
$9.40.
You motherfucker.
Don't say that.
I'm a grown man.
Hey, Daniel. Daniel.
Not the number. Man, put it for me, man.
Little language gap there. Probably a super nice guy. He's calling this guy cheap. He's about half the size of the guy.
See? Cheap.
And it's not $80. Daniel, it's
yeah, okay, you don't want to hear the bad words again. Sorry. Your dog sing? Yeah, my dog here, this guy, this guy right here. Let me show you. You'll probably see him better this time, though. I don't know. I don't know which way to go. There. Can you see him? There's too much reflection. There he is. That's Aki. He, when I lived in San Diego, when I would go to work, he would get so upset, and God bless him. I lived at 2020 Diamond Street in Pacific Beach, and bless my neighbors. I would come home from work and they tell me, "Yeah, your dog was barking all day," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get kicked out." They're like, "It's okay though," because what he would do, he would just go, "Arf, arf, 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 arf," for 8 hours. The whole time I was gone, sit there and bark at the door. Dogs are pack animals. When you're close with a dog, they go where you go. If you have a wolf, forget it. If you have one of these wolf breeds, you ain't going on vacation, bro. I promise you that. You'll find out why if you do. I'm ashamed of Heather, but she's a what do you call it? She's our weirdo. No. I'm so glad everybody's in here. Thank you. I was so lonely last night. Everybody was tired from Twiz's 48-hour broadcasting. You never told me if I was snoring. Did you guys hear me snoring, Twiz? Because I tend to cut some logs when I sleep. I woke up and I'm like, oh my god, the mic is still on. No, I mean when it's time for me to go to bed, it's over. I just lay it down and I'm gone. Okay, there was one more thing. I had that. Okay, this is one of the things, but let me show you the one that they had. And it was on here. I hope it's still there. It was a device that looked just like that. And that triggered me to remember. So you also have these cameras that they can put anywhere. Oh, the CCTV. I'm sorry. I almost forgot, guys. I'm sorry. This is very, 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 very important. And it's something I just found out about myself. If you notice this one, watch this. Or just this real quick on this. So the IR can see through the tinted glass. But what they have now on the CCTV, and they have the handheld cameras, and they're using the radar one is more like they can see where you're moving. They can't see like an outline. It was Woke Up 1984 came in last night, and she said, I just got up to go to the bathroom. This is like the one that they had at the walls of my studio. And it was a metal building. If you've ever seen the pictures, it was one of these warehouses. And what he was doing out there, I don't know, but I lost my mind. I was so violated. One way that you can protect yourself from the... There's like 5 ways you can protect yourself. There's another one. So here, this will tell you how they stop.
This.
Scott Middlehead, my brother. You see my Judas Priest posts? So here's what I don't want to make anybody more
since the Xaver 1000 was invented
than they were.
This gadget might look like a weird camera,
music, so
but it is actually
I'll just put on the closed caption for you on it. Sorry. It's copyright strike. Otherwise, I got one yesterday for something stupid, and they blocked my video for a while. That they didn't strike me yet because they don't. I guess they don't have total control over me yet. But what you're seeing is through the walls of the house there. And let me play that back because I was kind of talking over it and stuff. Sorry. So, this is the next generation radar. Woke up. Speak of the devil, Jersey Ship here. Nice to see you. I hope you had a nice sleep. And so this is what they're using, and they can use this. I believe, at 100 meters, which a meter is basically a yard, so about 300 feet. Or wait, a yard, math. I woke up was like this because I was just being silly the other night. She sent me one of these, like, oh man, Kane, what are you doing? So you can, this is the other one I want you to look at on your own there and take a look at that. I don't want to keep you too long, but that's very important. And then this is the other one I wanted to show you. This is the and I know a lot of girls are worried about it, and you have to be, you should be, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? So if they're flying a drone, now the reason that they only fly the drones at night are twofold. A, they don't want you to know they're using them. And B, the birds attack the drones during the day. So they lose drones. And they're expensive. And they had to replace all the drones that they spent all this money on to rescue people, which nobody's been rescued once from any of these drones. Not in this area. And they never will be, because that's not why they bought them. They can see through your roof, okay, so they can see into your house. We've long known that the reason they put those strips in the money is to be able to detect how much money that you have in your house at any given time, and they'll raid you if you have over 10 grand in your house, unless you have some kind of Faraday cage or these type of things. And then I say that with this, you can use this radar technology, maybe mirrors and some Mylar. It's going to go through concrete. It's the reason they got rid of the lead paint. Yeah, I know, Heather. I mean, I'm showing you proof. I don't know when you tuned in, but I've been showing you proof of the use of this stuff. They have an X-ray. They have an X-ray camera. That was the first one I showed you. If you did, you might have missed it. And it's not a joke. It's not future tech. It is, this one is the one that scares people the most, the X-ray one. Where's that thing? Okay. And then they have the Wi-Fi. This is the X-ray handheld. It's a handheld X-ray. So, yeah, thank you, law enforcement, for zapping me with microwaves while I'm in my house chilling. You know what I mean? Because there's no yeah, those Dragonfly drones. Well, the robots that you have to worry about the most are going to be these. And let me get a different page. If you haven't seen this, these robots are so powerful and so indestructible that it would take like 1,000 people or a cannon to take these things out. The problem is you can't see them. Right. Yeah, Terminators, exactly. And it's so funny because we've known about how awful and they're making an army of them, literally, a robot army of these dog robots, and they rolled them out in a gentle way, like a humorous way, where it serves beer. So the robot comes into the room and all the guys are watching football and it pisses the beer into a cup. Ha 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 ha. But guess what? It's not funny at all. Here we go. Boston Dynamics. I'm sorry. Boston Scientific. So this robot is basically indestructible, but it moves so fast that the only way to see it when it's moving is with a strobe light. So it would take you out before you even knew it was there. Believe me. I mean, they show in one of the videos, and so this is great for stuff like bomb sniffing dogs and stuff like that. But the reason they're rolling it out gently like that is to try to win people over. But once it's armed and mechanized like this, you're going to have RoboCop. Okay? See how they try to be cute? See how they're like, oh yeah, look how cute I am and all this. No. This is going to be replace the police. And so at that point, the police will be that are currently working will be very sorry they followed the orders to wipe their butt with the Fourth Amendment on a daily basis. This robot is anything but cute, and they have armies of them that sooner than later you will be seeing on the streets. And if you see one, don't engage it. Run. We need to find a way to shut these things down, because they will be able to see through the walls. They'll have the thermal, they'll have the Wi-Fi, they'll have the radar, they'll have the X-ray technology already equipped on them, which they do now, and they are almost indestructible. You could light this thing up with an Uzi, and it's still not going to go down. Okay? So, back to the 4. What technology was available at that time? So did they collect data themselves from, say, a Stingray or one of these other devices that I'll talk about in another video, about what was going on, the communications in the house, maybe where Jack D was. Now, you have to look at him and everyone else around, and we have to go back there because his alibi sucks too. With Showalter, you have to look back and you have to wonder. So let me play one more video here, and which one was it? Heather, did you see this one? I want to make sure Heather saw this one because it reminded me of her. Yeah, which I don't have a problem with, Meanie, on any other day of the week. When your girlfriend is taken out, and the cell phone data, I asked Darling Nikki, I said, what other cell phone is a, do we have a problem with that night? What cell phone, I can't get. He breaks my heart. And I think he's the one. I don't know if he's the one that was scared of the cat that I played in last night's video. So this one is great, but I want you to check it out now. Here we come down to, what company are you from? And I took a picture of this and I was going to post it. Yeah. What are the choices for cameras? As far as home security goes, right? Should you use Wi-Fi? Should you use hardwired? And I'm gonna tell you right now, hardwired is maybe a little bit more primitive, but it's going to be a closed circuit network that you can control. So this one is security researcher. And I was disappointed with his other videos, but these are the companies here. This is just some of them: Disney, Coca-Cola, names that you know. This is some of the internet ones and stuff like that. Samsung, Hitachi, Panasonic. What company are you from? Because if you watch the movie WALL-E, they have the president is talking to the people on the ship from the past. It's a tape that's triggered by the plant when they put it in the activator, and he is the world CEO. Okay? The way I see it, Cumber Scott Green thinks he's the world CEO of the University of Idaho. He is so crass. He is so disconnected. He is so greedy and selfish that he made money off of a book that was written about a case that if you see any press conference in the city of Idaho, he is standing there watching over it. He is number one man next to Chief Fry in every one of those conferences, and he has a very serious. He is that guy. He's the HNIC there, okay, and you better believe it. No, I can't think of any university. I don't know that. Maybe I don't know the hierarchy of universities that even has a president. You know, the dean of students, usually the top dog. Anyway, the dean of students usually handles affairs and ceremonies and these type of things. Scott Cumber Green's always got to get his nose right up in the pie. He's got to wet his beak. And the other thing, the Gilter was saying she has a lot of videos debunking bubbly waters, which I think is hilarious because, like I was saying yesterday, you can get a degree in bubbly waters. She has torn apart everyone from Moscow down to Phoenix. Okay? Picked them apart beautifully. She's a wonderful, beautiful lady, full of heart, and her heart is so in this. You couldn't catch up on all her videos if you had 1,000 hours to binge it. And she sits there and she spends the time. I don't know where she puts all the data because she got probably more than 51 terabytes of DPICs. I'll tell you that right now. But this Viviana FFS or whatever is intent on debunking everything, and she's got this group of Army Steve G armies or whatever that back her up in everything that they say. Twiz, I've said many times I'm surprised she hasn't, and I wouldn't be surprised if she did, because we all want to know where exactly in Phoenix. Were you on Camelback Mountain? Were you by the University of Phoenix? Were you online with the University of Phoenix? Tony wants to know. I thought it was funny also that on that tape they spoke about JLR in a very suspicious way. JLR investigates, you guys. He did that one great video we saw with the Echo people. He's a Tampinian, my fellow Purginians. But what corporation are you from? So they tend to say that defend Scott Green, and she went as far as to defend that healing garden. And Harsh came out with a video saying that they'd collected $800,000. My previous thought was it was around 200,000 they'd collected. Now I think that total they did get 800,000, but the idea for this healing garden came in the 50s. So the land for that healing garden was set aside in the 50s. Okay? And so what they did is they put a 911 ground zero looking piece of metal up, and they decided to dedicate it to all the students who have passed away since 1855 or something like that. And they dedicated it to all of them. Now check this out. Whether the money or not, the fact is that land at 1222 was purchased or donated or whatever the case may be. I guess they ended up paying fair market value, $1 million for it or something like that. And at that time, they had said they were going to make a park or a memorial for the students. And now, from what I understand, our best shot at anything is going to be student housing or a parking lot or something like this. Bing, bing, bing. You've lied again. Okay, so you are not empathetic to even the Gonzalez family was asking them not to tear it down. You are out of touch because you are not listening to the requests of actual people that are involved with this. You are out of touch because you didn't let anybody from the family speak. You instead chose to do the speaking yourself, to run the show, to be the narrative, to guide the entire thing. And the fact of the matter is that you said, let's get out of here let's go or whatever he said, Scott Green, on a hot mic is disgusting. And you're a filthy, crass, vile piece of dog do. Okay? You think you're hot shit on a silver platter, but you're cold snot on a paper plate, bro. And there's no question that he's running that department. Whatever technology is available, he has purchased it. He paid $5 billion for Twizzlestick's trip to Camelback and his gate experience, you know. Twizzle is the gatekeeper. But they have that technology. It's not a city police department. That was one of the things I wanted to bring up is the police blotter from the Daily on Moscow is unbelievable. On the day of, there was the truck shooting a shotgun out the window every day, peeling out, people approaching women, college frat boys approaching people, crazy drunk people doing wild stuff, which we all have our drunken moments and whatever. It's just that when they get drunk there, they beat their wives. They strangle their wives. They attack other people. Okay? They appear in groups of 50 with masks on and try to take out Timmy Reed. Okay? And so we've seen it over and over and over again that they will let a homicide or they will let a mysterious death get somehow squeaked just so everybody can get by now. Oh, it's a hazing unaliving. Well, they did it themselves. No brother would let his frat brother walk off that property when they were just hazed and totally wasted by themselves alone. Okay? And so you're not going to drown. If anybody of you out there want to send me anything, send me this. Send me a bucket of dry water. Because that's how they say that was it Hayden Lindau drowned. Was he drowned? And the press tried to run with that. He drowned. Now you if you've ever eaten and fallen asleep and then woke up and you were choking, you know, from your food coming back up, that's an awful experience. But that's still not dry drowning. That's a wet substance, something going in your lungs. It's even worse than drowning because you have food and all that, and you have to cough it up. And, everybody's probably had that experience. But you cannot dry drown. You can asphyxiate. You can drown on water, but you cannot dry drown. I'm not an idiot. I was born on a turnip truck, but it wasn't last night. All right? I'm rolling into town, and I am here to slander people. And I am here to take people apart. Because your whole town is suspect, and they're all covering for each other for some reason that somebody has their finger on it. And most of this isn't allegedly. Most of this is about 100% fact, and I'm over it. And I can't wait to step foot in that town. I am so looking forward to stepping foot into that town. And I stand by somebody spray painting those victims' names on that memorial piece of garbage that they put up for the 55 students that they probably unalived themselves on that stupid campus. Go Vandals. Are you out of your living mind? You had all those little girls. If you look in the back, they got all done up. And I finally realized, if you look at the memorial video, if you don't mind, I'll play it just for a second for you. And I'll play the Bubbly Waters one. Because all those beautiful little college girls were so excited to go to this memorial and to well, I'm not going to accept it in the Hudson Lindau case, this dry drowning. You're using it if it's not the way that I think, then don't use those terms. That's called asphyxiation, Heather. I can't see it any other way. If you cannot breathe, you're not drowning. You drown with liquid. Drowning is liquid going into your lungs. And you can drown on a tablespoon of water. But however, okay, so I digress. All those girls, I'm going to play this now for you. Where was it? Bubbly Waters. Damn it. Me typing no work now. Give me money. Money give. You ever seen Charlie Day? Okay, that's working now. Meow, 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 meow. Here, a little harp to keep you busy. And a topic. I understand that. Okay. In an inch of water, though, sweetheart? You don't let a brother off the property after you hazed him to walk home alone, to drown in an inch of water, to dry drown in an inch of water. Give me a freaking break, bro. Don't even tell me you believe that shit, Heather. I know you don't. I know 100% for a fact. I love you to death. I know 100% for a fact. I understand that you're explaining the term to me. I'm upset about this. Is if when I ever find it, Healing Garden. I could look on my page, I guess, but that would be too easy. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, Heather. I'm not trying to fight with you. You want to talk to the mic? I got a backup mic right here. So here it is. The wonderful, beautiful. Okay, so you'll see after this commercial plays. Oh, they're not paying me. What is going on with the notifications on YouTube, by the way? Is anybody getting notifications? It's like, what are they doing over there? They have all these engineers and all these people they pay. Okay, so right here. I don't know if you can see it right now. Hold on. Let me move it over. You see all these lovely girls. Okay? Let me zip that up for you a bit. Okay? All these beautiful ladies are here at the memorial. And I don't mind the view. They're very pretty girls, whatever. You know, not one guy gave up their seat for any of these lovely ladies that got all dressed up to come to this memorial, and they weren't allowed to speak. That's besides the point. I'm not going to get into that. They probably put their hands over his mouth when they found him, Heather. No, Twiz. Get up here, Twiz. No. I don't know. Tony says no. So, anyway, you have all these girls. Now, what do you notice about these girls? Okay, it's a nice summer day, beautiful day. They appreciate those in Idaho, and from what I understand, you're already getting cold weather up north again, and believe me, I would give my left foot for one chilly day in August. I always say when it's cold here that I wish I could bottle it up and open it up in August again. But what do you notice? Right, yeah. Well, the media will do that, right? Heather, it's just like with the grand jury, which is something that started to be able to protect defendants, is now something they use against them with the prosecution. But what do you notice about these ladies here that are attending the memorial that they're not allowed? They're all there to represent for their friends to this ugly spaceship coffin looking 911 Ground Zero memorial that Scott Green is not going to get down from the stand. Looks like they have a camera right here. So that was one of the Gilter's things. Oh, it's expensive ongoing upkeep. And they have right here the notes that you can put in these little 2x4s. And you can leave a note. And and it's like a business card size, a little thing, and you put it, and you wrap it up in a little like a pill bottle. Okay, and then it's gone forever, and then somebody comes and types it into a computer for a database of what you had to say to the unalive people. Whoop-de-frickin-do. Whoop-de-frickin-do. You can put like 3 words on that business card and then put it in a little plastic thing, and somebody's got to come out, and nobody's ever going to read it. Maybe they will when it's in the database, and they're saying, "Oh, that's the upkeep of the place. That's where the $800,000 is going." And then they have a security camera because I'm ready to go over there and bash that thing down myself and build a real one. I'll spend 5 years myself. As long as it takes me, I will sit there and build something better than this. As long as it takes me, because this is a piece of crap, and it's a disgrace, and it's not even for the four. And I'm fired up over it. But what do you notice about this? These girls. What do you notice? What do you notice? Who does that look like? Who are they there to represent that they're not allowed to even put a word in and say at the dedication of this healing garden that's not for the four, it's for everybody. You know, we lost the property now. That's not going to be a memorial. Somebody turn my key because I am fired up and I'm going to break a guitar. I learned how to play. Anyway, so who does it look like? Maddie, right? With the sneakers and the cute skirt. Does anybody else see that? Am I on a limb on that? None of these girls were allowed to sit down or speak or represent their friends at all because it's all about Cumber Scott Green. Yeah, we already knew that, Heather, 100% that he's a corrupt, greedy bastard. And, you know, the fake tears at this press conference, whether they were real or not, he won't rub elbows with anyone unless they're a cum laude or they donated a wing. What's a president of a university? What even is that? I've never heard of it. Maybe it's a new thing. I don't know. I'd never. The baby doll dresses like Maddie wore. Thank you. Woke Up knows. Woke Up 1984 is the shiz, dude. I love her in the chats. And that's why I'm so happy to be back in Lana's chat again. I was on her call-in, but I didn't turn off my YouTube audio, and I didn't know you were supposed to, and it was echoing, so I felt like an idiot after that. But I was just so glad to be back in the chat with people like that. And Heather, she's a Scorpio, Heather Scorpio, and all the other Murky Piglet and Lana herself. I'm always able to make Lana laugh. I love Lana's laugh, and I was trying to tell her in that call that I knew that I love truth and transparency when I caught myself watching women's college basketball, because she always used to post stuff, and I'd be like, "Ain't nobody trying to watch women's college basketball," and I'm sitting there watching the game, and I'm into it. And halfway through, I'm like, wait a second. What? Why am I? And it was good. It was. I'll be honest with you. It was actually a good game. I think it was like UConn against somebody. And I'm like, Lana, I'll ban you. I'm going to ban her from my chat. That's what'll happen. No. So I'm very happy to be back. All my friends, all my rowdy friends are coming over tonight. So, yeah. Maddie representing the college out of touch, selfish, greedy. You had, I guess, they had all of the parents were there, and so what do? They don't let them talk, but they go ahead and they plug another business, and they ask them for money. I'm surprised they didn't pass around a boot for them to put more money in it, because $800,000 for a garbage can on wheels over here isn't enough. Do I sound upset? Am I sweating a little bit? I might be breaking a sweat, bro. I don't know what's going on here. I'm hot mad over this whole thing because it's disgusting. It really is. And if I was one of the parents, I would be. And here's what's even worse. Here's the picnic in the basket right here. Right before they make these stupid YouTube is on crack lately. I have no idea what's going on. None of the stuff even works anymore on YouTube. This would have been such a healing moment for them if they could have gone up there and shared. But you have Cumber Scott Green who can't wait to get out of there. and Dean Eccles, who's got his head shoved up Green's ass so fucking far that all he does is walk where he's told. And here they march in these students, I guess students. This lady's joke. Like, all they wanted to do is pat themselves on the back and tell us how hard it was for them to put this memorial that's not necessarily for the poor. Where are their names, guys? Where are their names? You know, they have it written in some song. Even this guy talking about how the architecture department came together. This is not about you, dude. This is about the poor, bro. So they have this army of wristband people, okay? And they spent $1 billion on T-shirts. And they couldn't even get matching ones. Okay? And so Cummer marches them in there like it's a it's a freaking wristband parade. You know, you sold wristbands. Boopity doopity doo. Good job. Great. Let's get the family up there to talk. Let's have the kids who are dying all this time. They've had all these memorials, and they haven't had a chance to say, and finally they come, and they represent all together, matching little outfits, and they can't
Greek
even
Row
say a
should have
word.
done this. Thank you guys. For, and
Here's
also
a great
the faces
point
on
by
these
Bubbly
people.
Waters.
Happened this summer did so for no pay. They did not earn credit this summer for this project. They invested their time, effort, and energy in order to make this happen. And what you see behind me is the work of that student effort. I told our students when they began on this project last fall, just about a year ago, that they held the heart of the university in their hands and to take care of it.
Sorry, I want to pause it because, quite frankly, I don't see any of the Sigma Chi guys in there, or any of the sorority
And
sisters.
she knows.
That were,
Believe me, she knows who they are.
you know,
She knows who
wandering
you are,
around and
please.
pointing and laughing. That is crazy. Why wouldn't those guys give some of their time? If
Because they're not there
it
anymore?
was, I mean, that seems
They're
like it
under-
would be important to them, right? If that's what this is about. I'm a little miffed. Gotta say. Also, the faces on these people, just that one just as I just spanned past the crowd just now when they said that they gave their time and all that, the looks on their faces were almost not disgusted giving their time, but as in that they did and that like just what I said. I just feel like the Greek Row should have done this. Thank you guys and girls for this. Thank you. Karma happens, and you're going to get some good stuff back.
Aha.
I do believe that.
What did she say?
Completely honored and followed through.
Round of applause and some cheers from you.
Let's give it up for the parade of wristbanders. Let's give it up for them. These poor girls are sitting here, and they can't even. I mean, this girl even looks like Kaylee from the back. And I finally realized it, and I said, you know, that's got to be heartbreaking. That here's the people that are getting the attention. These are Scott Green's little interns. These are the future leaders of America. Oh, and their little black T-shirts. They're like, what is it? This isn't about us. We don't want to be up here. Why is the university doing this? And you ever been in a situation like that where they kind of put you in a place and they want you to appear for something or whatever and you don't quite understand, and then you're in the situation like, oh, man, this sucks. That's the look they have on their face because it's about these people. It's about the people that are supposed to be represented here. This is, at best, a picnic table at a park. But it looks more like a rest stop or a truck stop bathroom on the freeway. And then you have these stupid little notes that nobody will ever read, that they're going to pay somebody to enter into the computer. And then they have a camera here because they know they fucked up. Sorry, kids, go to bed. Lana left, me right. Me right, Lana middle. Look at this. It looks like 9/11 or a picnic table, bro. When I get there, I want to get arrested. I want to get thrown in right next to BK. I'm going to make sure I get thrown into solitary. I'm going to make sure he's still there. And I'm going to have my buddy go up there, and he's good at graffiti. He's really good. And he's going to spray paint Kaylee on this side, Maddie on the other, Xana here, and Ethan there. And point blank clear, and I swear to God, I'm going to do it. And I don't swear to God for nothing. Because he's sitting right next to me right now. And he's listening to everything I say, and he's patting me on the back because it's the right thing to do. Elitist metal. Scott Metalhead. Elitist metal. Screaming. I'm screaming for vengeance, brother. Because this is just squashing us down and picking our pocket and slitting our throats at the same time. These poor ladies are all dressed up to represent. What a cute idea. That just went totally unnoticed because here you go. Here you go. Let's clap for these people. People are like this. The parents, they're like this. Hello, Jen. Welcome in. I feel sorry for you. I do. I was drinking 3 to 4 inch holes out behind my girl's window today, and I couldn't help but think about it. Now, here they are standing there. Here's the most awkward moment of the day. Beyond the let's get out of here, let's go from Cummer Scott Green. Because, he has more important place to be. Then this should be the biggest moment in university history. And and they apologize, if you notice, through the whole ceremony. They apologize for how shitty it looks. And they say, make sure that you come here at night and you can see how beautiful it is when it's lit up. Swamps? Swamp Roses now? I'll go, yeah. Did she come into my life? No? Then I'm going to go on. I'm not done yet. I'll come over there when I'm damn good and ready. You better still be here, Heather Fitzburger. If you want to be one of my burger girls. Jen, I appreciate. I guess you can't say I love you, but I appreciate you. You're one of my favorite people on earth, and I love your content. But you owe me that 600 AD Sigma Chi throwback video, and if I don't get it, those holes are gonna get bigger. Promise you. You won't have a window. And so look at how awkward they are. They're standing like they're the family, or they're the cops that caught the guy, or they sold wristbands, bro. Okay, they didn't get paid for it. They were doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They don't want to be here.
They are amazing individuals, and
what a weetard did. Idiot this guy is. What a weetard did. What a horrible represent. Now you have to remember, you have a very liberal side of Moscow, and you have a very right religious side of Moscow at any given time, at each other's throats at all time. We'll make it, and I'll put it out, and put it in my. You can put it in my my Gmail disk drive thing, my cloud. I keep sinking more into the couch because I'm getting so excited. Give me a second. Oh, have to turn the AC on. I'm in Florida, no AC. How do you like them apples? Hold on, talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna play this for 1 second here.
When we conclude our ceremony today, they're going to be sprinkled throughout the Healing Garden and Memorial to answer questions, tell you stories, so feel free to come up and engage them. But please, let's give them one more round of applause.
Thank you.
Scott just said, let's get out of here. Let's move.
Scott did?
They're incredible. Absolutely. They eat really well, too. I took a lot of them out to dinner a couple of weeks ago, and they can polish.
I took them out to dinner. See, like I said, Scott Green's little apprentices get to get paraded in front of, am I backwards? In front of everybody that wanted to talk. They're like, why are we up here? What are we doing? And this is how they're going to end the ceremony.
Hard work.
I'd like to now bring up our student body president, Martha Smith, who's going to say a few additional words.
Yep, I'll rub elbows with her, but I can't, if you're just a common student, some Phoenix University student on Camelback Mountain, I am not going to associate with you at all. Okay. Thought Riot, rest in peace. I want to get on there. So one more time, Heather. X-ray, camera, see-through wall Z. Consumerly available, readily available. Wi-Fi.
If you want to save time and speed up your creation.
Wi-Fi. And the AI basically is going to map it out so that that's the thermal that you can it's like a cartoon image, but it's a full body image with the Wi-Fi. And then the worst one is going to be the radar that you saw. And so look into that, girls, if you're interested, because they do give you ways to Oh, did you miss all the camera stuff, Jen? I particularly wanted to do this live for you because I know that you were interested in it. And all the videos I had queued up.
Attention retirees.
For some reason, I made this. I guess you can make a workspace in Edge, and I made it, and I had them saved, and then I was getting carried away with other stuff, and I lost it. Is that what you're asking about? That's the thing. It's not tinfoil wallpaper, Jen. It's Mylar. You want Mylar or lead paint. Lead paint is not bad for you. It doesn't hurt you. Johnny wasn't eating the paint chips. It's the fact that they want to be able to see through your walls, and the lead will prevent that in the paint. Okay, so this one's for AR.
Behavior. Welcome to the digital panopticon. This contemporary version, however, transcends the walls of prisons, extending its reach into our everyday lives. Private companies now assume the role of watchmen, silently observing and evaluating our behavior, blurring the lines between legitimate use and exploitation. It is a world where every move you make is monitored and recorded in a constant state of surveillance, scrutinized by the watchful gaze of private entities. The digital panopticon operates by monitoring, analyzing, and selling our behavior data to companies, organizations, and even government agencies in near real time. Much like the original panopticon, this constant state of surveillance creates a sense of unease and self-discipline, shaping our behavior under the impression of being constantly watched. However, the dangers go far beyond the mere loss of privacy. The collection of personal data without proper consent and protection creates a new breed of cyber threats that can have serious consequences for individuals, businesses, and even nations. In this panopticon-like world, the lines between legitimate uses and nefarious ones are blurred. In the vast landscape of surveillance, China stands out as a pioneer. Its digital panopticon encompasses the utilization of cutting-edge technologies like
Hold on, that's important.
artificial intelligence, facial recognition.
This is Tony Gwynn. He used to play for the Padres. I got to see him play one time. That was the only one game I went to when I was in San Diego. Before they named all the stadiums after corporations. Oh man! Did you have the Friar is the mascot for the San Diego Padres?
Biometrics and big data analytics. These technologies are seamlessly integrated to create an all-encompassing system that permeates every aspect of individuals' lives. China's surveillance state hinges on the relentless monitoring and control of its citizens. Facial recognition technology, deployed extensively in public spaces, captures and identifies individuals, building a digital trail that tracks their movements. This system extends its reach to target dissidents, ethnic minorities, and human rights activists, stifling dissent and suppressing political opposition. The Chinese social credit system is a comprehensive reputation system that rates citizens based on their behavior and activities. Individuals are assigned scores based on factors like financial responsibility, online behavior, social interactions, and political loyalty. Those with low social credit scores face a plethora of consequences, including restricted access to travel, education, job opportunities, and even basic amenities like toilet paper. The system coerces conformity, and conformity eroding individual autonomy and fostering a culture of self-censorship. To create a complete profile of individuals, the Chinese government integrates data from various sources: social media platforms, internet browsing history, financial transactions, public records, and more contribute to a comprehensive dossier that can be exploited for surveillance purposes. This vast amount of data facilitates the government's ability to predict behavior, identify potential threats, and exert control over individuals' lives. The digital panopticon in China poses severe threats to human rights. Dissenters and minorities face targeted surveillance, arbitrary detentions, and suppression of their rights. Freedom of expression and privacy are stifled as citizens live in constant fear of retribution for their actions, or even thoughts that deviate from the government's agenda. The digital panopticon has become a powerful tool in the government's arsenal, enabling the erosion of fundamental human rights. At the heart of this discussion lie crucial ethical questions. Where do we draw the line between security and privacy? The Chinese digital panopticon operates without transparency and consent, granting immense power to those in control. The potential for abuse, lack of accountability, and absence of robust legal frameworks raise concerns not only within China's borders, but also on the global stage. The need for international dialogue on surveillance and privacy has become more critical than ever.
If you're not...
Okay, so if you think that China isn't a testing ground for this technology, take a wild left field guess. Somebody in the chat, tell me who is sponsoring this technology the most. And I'll give you a hint. It's an American company. Take a wild guess. Can anybody tell me? That's right, Google. Google is the one behind all this technology that they are doing with the facial recognition. They have a social caste system now with you can't leave the state. Is my mic messing up? Is the mic okay? That was a good guess, but it's Google. Amazon, Apple, and Meta are all involved, yes. But Google is the biggest. This is 100% a testing ground. So they have a social system. If you've never heard of 15-minute cities, if you've never heard of one government, if you've never heard of all these things, it's the problem is here they're already implementing a lot of this stuff. They have real. It's called Real, and here in Clearwater we have something called Real Crime Live. And so they've tapped into the UPS trucks, they've tapped into the FedEx trucks, they've tapped into local businesses, and they put pressure on local businesses. They say, oh, well, we won't help you solve these crimes unless you let us tap in. And then they also have government-controlled facilities such as here in our city, we have homes and apartments and stuff that the local government has bought when times were tough, and now they are full of cameras, so they can see you leaving your door, they can see you walking down the elevator, walking to your car, and then you have a drone necessarily following you. I had so many drones following me that my mom is 93 years old. Okay, and up till last year, she was still driving, and I would always have an appointment or something at the studio, and I sold my truck, and we were sharing the car. And she would go to like Walgreens or the dollar store, and that was her big day out. She loved shopping and buying gifts for people, and she would just sit there and strike up a conversation with anybody that was in the store. And so she would come back like 3 hours later. I missed my appointment, whatever. There was no getting a hold of her. She's 93. And so I would only know because we had a big parking lot. I was on the 4th floor. I could see her coming because I would know that she was going to be there. And I would walk downstairs because I would see 5 or 6 drones hovering around where the parking lot was. And you can You can call me crazy if you want to, but the drones were literally following me. I believe they have. Okay, here's another thing that I haven't mentioned before. That's going to sound real tin hat to a lot of people. And like I said, all these things sound tin hat because they cover them up. They hide it from even the commissions that are paying for it, the people giving the tax dollars, and they slip it on through, and then there's no paper trail. But they have a thing that detects a radio frequency that's emitted from your car. So they don't need a Apple AirPod or a tracking device to know where you are. All they have to do is tune into the frequency of your car, and they can follow it wherever you go. And so that's what they would do. And I guess they thought I was driving when my mom was out. So I would see the drone circle around the parking lot. I was like, oh, I know she's home now. I had a friend, his girlfriend was coming back from CVS, and they lived walking distance. You cut through a little fence, and then you walk down. And they didn't believe me about it either for the longest time. And then he was waiting for her outside to come back to make sure she got back okay. And she's walking down the street, and there's a drone hovering like 10 feet over her head. I caught one time, and it was a RC plane, but it was like a third size Cessna. It was painted primer gray. And if I hadn't looked up, I wouldn't notice. Always look up. And it was hovering over the light post at the exit of my neighborhood. And I looked up and I saw it, and you could see the reaction of whoever was controlling it, because it made one of those like startled jumps, and then they took off, and I started to follow it, and I'm hauling ass down Countryside Boulevard chasing after this drone, and there's a split in the road. And so they took the middle, and I couldn't follow it anymore where it was going to go, because those things can only fly for so long. And then the place where they used to launch the drones happened to be where I lived on the 4th floor at a different place on McMullen Booth Road. They had the launch and recharge place, because one of the officers lived right there near the bay, and I would see them come and go. In the morning, they would land about 5 or 6 o'clock. Once the lights started coming up, they don't want you to know that the drones are there. They don't want you to the birds to attack the drones. And these drones are equipped with thermal. Right now, they have the FLIR camera, and the FLIR camera can see through the walls. It can't see through the roof. I promise you that. So you have to do something if you want to feel protected, because the absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if you give somebody that kind of power, they're going to use it nefariously one way or the other. They do it with the power that they have already. They took, endless. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on and on. No, I don't know about the gateway process. I'm not familiar with that, but I'm trying to read up in the chat here. Go on with the gateway process. Do you want to come up, Jen? Do you want to talk? I'd like to hear about. I'm gonna look it up. Gateway process. Let's take a look. This is, I assume, with the cult thing. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I am familiar with this, yes. And the other day, a lot of times you'll say something, and either the Bluetooth at the store will pick up on it, or your phone with YouTube will pick up on it, and then they'll suggest ads or videos related to what you were just talking about. And I think they've gotten better at slipping it in. As far as the Google, yeah, CIA, okay. No, so, I know that Apple iPods, the new AirPods or whatever, can have like 27 different sensors that detect brain activity, and I imagine that it's come from the CIA. So anyway, back to China. It's sponsored by Google, so that's an American company that we know is a socialist company that has no problem. And if you looked at that map that I played earlier, the amount of data that they're gathering and selling about us every day, that's not a problem. That is unbelievable how much they can gather. They can gather your good stuff, your bad stuff, and they sell it to the company, and they use it, and it's a private company. They do whatever they want with it. Here's Popular Mechanics. I'm going to go to that. But in China, this social system is let's see if this will play here. I don't know. Research of radio broadcasters who investigated how specific sound patterns could influence the human consciousness. Correct. And this is Heather or Jen. This is this goes back to the reason that they changed music from 432 hertz to 440 hertz, because the 432, which would be standard tuning for an orchestra, it created energy, positive energy, and it was uplifting and happy. And now the 440 is a derogatory, bring you down kind of thing. Yeah, I woke up. I've been meaning to talk about the death of Anton LaVey. His last words were no, this can't be right, or something like that. Like he died in a panic. Like, no, something went wrong. Yeah, they make us ill with this. And if you look at some of the research they do, if you put a thing of sand on a speaker and just put it in like a little plate, and you can do this anybody, and you play the frequency through that speaker, it will create patterns just like the crop circles. Okay, so these frequencies are all tuned to be able to communicate, but they're using it against us to keep us to keep us down. Okay, without us knowing. And they also do have sound weapons. They can fire at you, and your ears will bleed, and your head feels like it's going to explode. It'll shut down a riot in a second, with these things. And they're so harmful and deadly, but they have no qualms using X-rays or anything. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. If you have, and you can check on your phone by downloading an app, and I know you Apple people, it's going to be something similar to this, but they don't have, I don't think they have it for Apple in this name, but I know on Android, if you have an Android phone, they have something called Detectify. And your phone has a couple things built into it that are supposedly to check your heartbeat and monitor these type of things with the Apple Watch and that type of thing. But if you have a magnetometer built into your phone, you can use this to use with the Detectify app to know if they're using the radar, if they're using the X-ray against you, if they're using the Wi-Fi thing against you, because your readings will spike. And it's not necessarily designed for that. It doesn't say that in the literature. But I found that when they are using it, that if you point it in the direction, you can point it all around, and when they're not using it, no spikes. As soon as they turn it on, and so all those harmful rays, when they're using that type of technology on you, are causing you cancer and whatever. It's frying your cells, and they have no problem using it. And like I say, when those robots come out very soon and replace these officers, they will be quite sorry for what they've done. And I know it's just people taking orders from these people, from their bosses and stuff. But anyway, back to China. So they have a social caste system, and it's ordered. And so when you have, say, you jaywalked, you lose social credit points, okay? And then when you say you want to apply for a loan, good luck getting a loan in China anyway, but say you want to leave the country, go to another country. God forbid you leave the country, right? They won't let you because they say, oh, well, this and that. And so in England, they're already rolling out the 15-minute cities where this is a reason that they want you to have an electric car, because they will be able to remotely shut down your car and you won't be able to leave the city. And eventually they will have gates for you to be able to come and go from your city. And you can ask, I'm sure Dinky is familiar with this already, that they already have this in progress right now. And what they want for the future is something like the line, if you're familiar with, in Saudi Arabia, I believe it is, where it's a city. It's ridiculous. It's a 50-mile city that's built linearly. So all the shopping and parks and whatever it is all built into this enclosed glass line through the desert. All the dwellings, condos, whatever, are all, so it's 50 miles long. So you say you live on one end to the other, it's 50 miles from one end to the other. They won't even let you leave the building in the future. And if you look, they're in LA, they have a project now where, you know how they used to build skyscrapers, and that's obviously not working out with the problem they're having with the unfortunate people there, that have all been, so many people have been put homeless because of so many ridiculous arrests and charges and these filling up of the prisons, and then released back to nothing. Their family can't support them. They don't have jobs anymore. They've lost their cars, and they're stuck. And they're building their own city out of that city. Well, now, instead of having to walk past these homeless, they're building, instead of up, they build down. And so they have a residence now where everything will be included in the residence, but it's subterranean. So you have 50 floors built below the surface. Now, in California, you can do this. In Florida, you have limestone. You have a lot of water. 3 feet down, you're hitting water. Anywhere in Florida. You can't do this here. But in California, the bedrock is different. And so they're building these earthquake-proof condominiums that you can buy, and it's like living in a bomb shelter. Do you think that if they have a social caste system like this, like they've implemented in China, American companies have implemented in China, do you think they're going to let you out of the building if you don't behave and do what they want to do and you're a good little worker? Here's the thing. So here's where I'm going with this. The bats like to eat my raisins. Ruckman dude, welcome in. Thank you for coming in. I enjoy your chats, and I've seen you before. Nice to have you here. Where was I? These American companies are putting in. Man, I did it again. Hold on. Watch more of this. I think. So that will be the next control, because you have Google, who's already proven that they don't care about us. They have trillions of dollars literally in cash in the buildings there. They keep cash in the trillions, and it's growing every day. And yet they don't even make a single improvement to YouTube or Google. And the only improvements they ever make it worse. There's more censorship. There's more political ads in their favor. You have all these people buying bunkers and stuff like that are wealthy, like Mark Zuckerberg buying the $250 million place on Kauai, I believe, that has its own MRI machine. He built a bunker in Kauai with its own MRI, and it's built like a castle, like with the, I don't know if it has a moat, but it's got the walls all around it. It's like, what are they preparing for? Okay, so the silver line is something I think that you guys are getting at, and the silver line is the thing that connects your body to your soul when you're supposedly astral projecting. And I'll just go into this quickly because I don't know a whole lot about it. They say that Anton LaVey was the leader of the Church of Satan, the founder of it, and they will pass off the Church of Satan as, oh, it's just a joke, and it irritates me a little bit with Pete and the Murder Metal Mayhem. You know, as much as I like the guy, that he says, oh, it's just poking fun at the 80s satanic panic. But I don't know if he's unaware that's it's not cool, because that's not a good thing at all. I have a funny story on that. Let me tell it real quick. The the story in the Bible of the water to wine was the Canaan at the wedding of Galilee, right? And it says it literally in there that Jesus showed up to the wedding party, and his mother was there, and she said, "Jesus, there is no wine here." And he's like, "Mom, come on." And so then he told the bartender or whatever to look in the barrels, and all the barrels had been turned into wine. It's like he's appeasing his alcoholic mother. He thought that was funny, so I'm not telling it right, Jesus. But anyway, he got it. He has a great sense of humor, too. He has a better sense of humor than any of us. He's a funny guy. He's a tremendous, tremendous man. Look into that. He'll help you out. But anyway, so then the problem becomes that the party is now everything's wine. There's no water, which turns out to be a bigger problem because, you know, some people want some water. All they have is wine. I thought that was a funny story. But yeah, they'll implement all this stuff, and they'll have these unstoppable robots that you can't even see that will be enforcing all the laws, and they have the real-time crime. So the real-time crime is implemented in Clearwater Beach now. They have a real-time crime room, and they have cameras and facial recognition cameras set up all over the place where they're monitoring all of our activities. And the real-time is the code word you guys need to look for. That is where it's all coming from. Real anything is a one world, one new order implementation that they're using, and that's how they're coding it real time. I forgot what the other one was. I'll make sure I get into the next video, but that's where I wanted to end up. And so if you have a 4-county task force that is collecting information in that area, and they can get 60,000 devices at a time, and they're monitoring all the texts, all the phone calls, and do you think that they're just going to single you out and say, oh, we don't need that person's, even though your phone connected to it? No, we don't. We're just going to collect on these a couple people that we were really looking for, that we don't have a warrant for or anything, but we're just going to do it because we can. Because we can. And I've never believed for a damn minute that they don't have that at that house. If there was a 4-county task force, if there was some type of FBI investigation going on, why do you have 60 agents show up on this case, but the FBI isn't involved? How many stupid lies do you expect me to believe to continue this narrative that you're throwing down my throat? You know, Cumber Scott Green's not at the top of this mountain of poop that we're in, and I apologize for letting his kids go to bed. Lana left, me right, me left, Lana middle. It's not him. He's just a pawn in the game, and it breaks your heart to see people that still believe in the old America that we had before Kennedy was killed, and they're showing up in these cute dresses to represent their friends, and they've gone all out and done that kind of thing, even the tennis shoes and all that stuff. Right here. And then you got idiots like this that just want to grandstand and hear their voices and then say, "Let's get out of here." You're a poop head. You're a poop head.
I don't want to live 9 to 5.
But he's not the top. The top is going to be who he answers to. And he at the university, he doesn't answer to anybody. He does what he wants. He spent $5 billion without asking. These dresses are no accident. I'll bet you every single one of these dresses, and Bubbly Waters might do the research on it. I don't know. Look at them leaving. They're horrified by this whole thing. They're shocked. Look at. I bet you every single one of these dresses is something akin to what Maddie or Kaylee or Xana were wearing in an Instagram or a picture that they have together with them. I'm sorry, it's not bigger. But you know what I'm saying. And their hearts were there, and they're little sweethearts. They really are. They don't know the school. They don't realize the. Am I still live? It said I can't record anymore. I filled up my hard drive. So, it's breaking their hearts. They're just storming out because what a joke. What a disgrace that this. I mean, I've seen literally bus stops that are nicer than this before. You had all this land here, and they say it's an ongoing project. The ongoing part of it is that they're recording anything that happens near it, and that people have to take these little notes and enter them to a database. Big whoop-de-doo. That costs $800,000. Maybe it does. They probably spent $800,000 on the camera and $50 on the outhouse. You could have done this beautiful thing, an arc for Ethan, an arc for Xana, an arc for Maddie, an arc for, a star with their big names, big in lights, something beautiful that would warm your heart when you saw it. That when you walked by it, their face would appear. I mean, I'm not an architect. Here I am just brainstorming, spitting shit out. And this is what I come up with is 50 billion times better than all this. And then they just have to grandstand the wristband people when these girls can't even sit down and enjoy it. I guarantee you that every single one of these dresses is something. Look at them. Look at this girl right here. You can't see my mouse. Look at this girl right here. She's looking down at her dress. You see it? And she's pulling it, and she's looking down. And I know exactly what she's thinking. She's thinking, what a waste that I wore this dress, and it's just unnoticed. It's not unnoticed. I noticed it, and it's gone in vain. And now, you guys, what are we fighting against? And so this is the bigger picture here, and I'm getting back to the silver line. I am, but the bigger picture here is this is the beginning of the trampling, and you see it in Ohio, you see it in Boston, you see it in the great state of Delaware and Rhode Island, where the police are so corrupt. They're using any technology, of course, and somebody whose wife was a sheriff for 25 years, and he retired. Darn it. Jerry McGuire, my agent. She said that there is good in the law enforcement. I know there is good people and agents. But she said that there was always a dark side, and that the dark side's always stuck together no matter what. They stick together no matter what. And as the rights slowly peel away and you have zero privacy, you have to calculate what this case means. That if they're going to take, whether he's an innocent man or not, somebody with no evidence, and put him into a basement for 2 years and lock him away and try to push it through. We're not going to give you the discovery. It's the law that you have to. It's a fair trial. We're not asking you for anything that is out of the ordinary, and you're refusing. I don't remember. I mean, really, Payne? And he's obviously in place as a as a monkey scapegoat, whatever you want to call it, a test subject, just to be able to have somebody to be, oh, he was a rookie, he was a new guy, and he blew it, and oh, sorry, what are you going to do, burn the state down now? Because Fry's gone. Everybody's gone. And here you got this guy calling the shots. But who's telling him what to do? And that's where it comes down to. Because why would you cover something up if you didn't have to? Why would you hide something if you didn't have to? Why wouldn't some serial it's not a serial unaliver. It's a mass unaliver. Correction, first of all. Why, in that case, with these beautiful women, such a strange thing, isn't it? That none of them were SA'd. Because a girl was there. Because a girl was involved. And that's not the MO of a girl. Now, if you look in the evil eyes of some people, they are evil. And they have bad intentions. And they have actions that lead us to believe that this is something that fascinates them. That's something they wanted to do. Something that yeah, like you know, that when you meditate, you got the mantra, and obviously, you get a relaxing feeling when they hit that bell or that gong, and it sets you, and I can get up to the ethereal plane in about 0.5 seconds because my dad, I was thinking about 1981, and I have a thing with video games, and I was talking to somebody about asteroids. And they were talking about their memories. And I said, we used to go to the Pickwick on a Friday night, and I'd buy a giant Three Musketeer bars you get the regular one for $0.25, and then the king size was big. It was a lot bigger than it is now, and it was 75 cents. So if you had a good allowance that night, you could get a king size Musketeer, and you could get a fountain soda for, I think it was 50 cents or 69 cents, whatever it was, and then you could sit there with $2 in quarters and play asteroids. And I thought about that year, 1981. And 1981, that was a good year. I used to go to every Bond film with my dad. And, yeah, I think that, hold on. I think that Moonraker was the last Bond film we saw. So, it just made me think, like, all the friends that I had at those times, how they're faded memories now. They seem so important then. And how quickly things change. Okay? And I'm just sweating, guys, that's all. Yeah. Okay, good. You couldn't see that. My camera went off. How quickly things change. And anyway, before you know it, they that memory, that time is over, and you don't even realize. One day you're playing video games, the next day you're into girls, you're whatever, and so I gotta turn this AC back on. Hang on. One of the things that's so obvious in this case is that like Kummer knows, he knows this. He knows that time will move on and things will change and people will forget. And you can obviously see that by his actions, how he's always pushing, with Fry. Fry was under duress of Kummer. In that U-Haul picture. In that picture, I want a poster of Fry standing at the doorstep on the U-Haul day, to hang on the wall. It was the it moment for me realizing what this thing was all about. I mean, he was falling all over himself to get in that U-Haul and pack all that furniture up and get it the hell out of there. And I don't know if you were here, Jen. We were talking about how there was 103 pieces of evidence before the Cowboys got there, and there was 113 after. Maybe there were some cameras in the house. That's what they recovered. That's going to tell everything. And maybe, as darling Nikki said, just to synopsis everything, that they're back building a case and keeping in Kohberger as a placeholder or as a co-defendant in this case. And I think that anything they're back building as far as cell phone data goes is going to have to go with Jack D, and it's going to have a lot to do with these Stingrays. So 81, you don't even realize that you're changing, right? So I guess it makes me mad that all these people were here and they were unrecognized. So, all right. I think I've made all my points. Let me read out what you guys have on the chat here. Heather asks, does rubbing a balloon on the wall make static electricity? Can you make a shoe smell? I'm just kidding. But you know that you can rub a lighter against the wall? And I don't know if I can do it now. But you take a lighter and rub it against the wall, and it'll stick to the wall. So there's a lot you can do with static electricity, actually. And let me see. So I came across ASMR channels. Oh, I forgot about the silver line. Okay, so I guess I could find the video because it's very interesting. There's a couple, and they both passed away now. And just stick with me one more minute. We'll go over to Swamp Rose, Sweetheart's little live over there. But let me see if I spell it right. Anton LaVey wanted he sold this satanic church as a joke, like Pete does with Murder Metal Mayhem. Do Owls Thou Wilt, and all this stuff that makes it seem like, oh, well, there is no God, mocking God and kind of thing, and there is no God, and they're trying to say that you don't have to worry about anything, just live your life and feel free to party on with anybody you want to, if you know what I mean. And so he was the founder of that, and it was he really played it off in the beginning as a cheeky thing, and he got on talk shows and laughed right along with the hosts who would talk about what a ridiculous thing it was, Church of Satan, and he made a satanic Bible and everything. But the root of it all, even if it was to him a joke, is to promote. And so they slowly pulled in. It's just like what the Scientologists followed the model, and they got celebrities to become part. Now we're all in this group too smart to be swayed by whatever celebrities do or whatever. But if you look at some of the numbers that they had back in the early 80s and 90s that they recruited people in, it's staggering. And Travolta and Cruz and stuff. But the funny thing is, you paid to move up levels. You try to get clear in Scientology. And so you take courses, and they take this stupid e-meter thing, which is 2 metal rods, and they ask you questions like, do you think about raping people? Do you think about hurting people? And if you have a reaction, the e-meter reportedly, records your reaction, and so they know how to pick you apart Okay, and so what happened here, and it's more recently than back then, the people that were taking these classes and moving up in the Scientology finally got to the top of Sea Org or whatever it is, and they all quit at once because the secret of Scientology in the end was as ridiculous as one of L. Ron Hubbard's novels. He was a science fiction writer. It was that your body is covered with aliens and they're watching you and controlling you at all times. Which, I don't know, maybe it's true. They said the reason that L. Ron Hubbard got any kind of fame at all was because supposedly him, Aldous Huxley, and one other guy, George Orwell, I think, all supposedly traveled through a Stargate together. That's where that's how that happened. And so he was able to get followers by going with that narrative, which all we've seen. Can you say it didn't happen? Not frozen shock face now, bro. And so anyway, so Anton Levine created this satanic church, and it wasn't a joke. And they tricked people into getting into it, and they did. And so one day, this happened. There's this couple, and supposedly Anton LaVey was on a silver line, and he was astral projecting, and this couple was out to get him, and so they were also astral projecting. And let me just, I'm not going to give away the ending, but let me. I think this is a quick one. Let me see. Yeah, it's quick. It's quick. Watch this with me.
Church was a very famous figure in occultism who pioneered Satanism to become a publicly accepted religion. Anton LaVey was admired by many Hollywood celebrities and even discipled them into the deeper things of Satan, including artists like Marilyn Manson, who still incorporate many of Anton's teachings in their work today. Although Anton LaVey was raised in the Baptist church and even played piano for the worship services, he started drifting to the dark side after leaving high school at the age of 16 to join the Clyde Beatty Circus, where he performed as a cage boy at carnivals. He then claimed that he saw the same men at the lewd Saturday night shows in church on Sunday morning, which fueled his cynicism on religion and let the hypocrisy of his peers fuel a desire to oppose Christianity to the extreme. In the Satanic Bible, he expressed his opposition and immense hatred for Jesus Christ, where he even calls him the Prince of Evil. I know, that's crazy, but this is what he says. I dip my forefinger in the watery blood of your impotent mad Redeemer, and write over his thorn-torn brow, the true Prince of Evil, the King of Slaves. He first gained local popularity after playing the organ at bars and nightclubs in San Francisco. After gaining more mainstream popularity from notable figures, Anton LaVey used his newfound influence to present lectures on Friday nights pertaining to the occult and rituals, which ultimately led him to form a group called the Order of the Trapezoid, which evolved into the governing body of the Church of Satan. He became the face of Satanism and was even described by academic scholars as the most iconic figure in the satanic milieu and the founder of modern Satanism. However, his life came to a halt at age 67 when he took his last breath on the deathbed of St. Mary's Medical Center in San Francisco, California, where he seemingly had a vision of hell and uttered terrifying, regretful words pertaining to his legacy. After astral projecting out of his body to possess his estranged Christian daughter, his silver cord was cut by a pastor who discipled his daughter, which ultimately led to his death. As he failed to project his soul back into his physical body, he started dying and was rushed to the hospital, where he then uttered these words: "What have I done? There's something very wrong here. This is all wrong." Those close to LaVey, who had eventually left Satanism, claimed that he had seen a vision of the eternal realm of hell and realized the true horrors of being separated from God only when it was too late to repent. Isaiah 48:22 says, "There is no peace, says the Lord, for the wicked." Sadly, the devil has manipulated many into serving him, painting it as freedom from organized religion, when in reality he has put them in chains only to be dragged to an eternal realm separated from the love of God forever. Heaven and hell are real spiritual dimensions, and it is God's will that no one would go to hell, which is why Jesus died and resurrected to restore the broken bridge between sinful mankind and a perfect holy God. Your soul is valuable, and every second you are closer to eternity. So take advantage of the time that you
Okay, I'm not trying to preach to you guys or anything. I'm just, they say if you astral project, that you have that possibility of being unalived by them cutting your silver cord. and that's apparently what these people claimed before they passed away. And they actually, if you want to look more into it, it's pretty interesting. The couple themselves tell the story of how they went about it, and it's yeah, buddy. It's pretty interesting. It's a fascinating story. I think it's very good. I remembered another dream while I'm at it, and it's a recurring one. In a house, and now this house was across the street from where I grew up. That there's a room, and so much of the dream is faded out now. But I remembered it again the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, there's that dream. And Kaylee's leading me through this house into this room, and I always have to correct something. In that room, and then there's a neighbor. That is there's a small patio, and then there's a small backyard, and there's a neighbor with a dog that is a troublesome neighbor. And so anything I do, I have to be very careful not to disturb that neighbor. And then going back into the house, there's this room that's kind of like the party room. And all I can remember is something about the toothpaste. And the two beds in there, and somebody's always sleeping in those beds. Anyway, I wanted to share that. It's some kind of connection that I have that it's only Kaylee who talks to me, a little bit Ethan. I've seen Xana, I've seen Maddie. I haven't ever, they never speak. But in my dream, and I don't know if it's just with my obsession and immersion in this case, whether it is, but I want to look up what Jen had to say here. Yeah, it's a very dangerous thing, I guess. I learned how to do it because my dad taught me this technique where you just close your eyes and picture yourself going down a water slide, and you just relax any tension away, and then you have to picture yourself, and you just float up. It's kind of cool. And so anyway, I always just look at everything. I don't try to go anywhere, so I just look and just kind of, I guess I meditate or something. I don't know. I've only done it a few times, but it's weird. I feel like there's some kind of thing there. I've never heard of this, Jen. I'm excited to see this. Twiz, did you say whether I was snoring on your live the other night? Or am I an idiot? Yep. There it is. I've never heard of this. My point was with the left and the right, before we do this one, in Moscow itself is, where is it? Where'd it go? Anyway, with Scott Green and with Eccles and all that, they are the left. They are the ones that are promoting, as all universities are now, a socialist agenda. And the Russians in '84 said that we will put people with communist ideas in place to teach your children these values. And before you know it, they will turn on you. And if you don't see that happening now, I don't know where you've been living. And so you have to wonder if it's a bigger struggle between the left and the right there in Moscow, Idaho, and that they're keeping it quiet because it's their battle. It's their war. They're not trying to bring any outsiders into it. They got enough troubles as it is. And that's why you don't hear anything from anyone. Oops, I hit forward twice.
Welcome everyone, Dr. Thor here. Get ready for Gnosis. Well, here's another little interesting tidbit on the Process Church. Process Church leader Timothy Wiley. His mother worked for MI6. He states this in his book that was released several years ago, and that's the way he was able to get into so many of these costly, what they call over there, public schools, which are technically private schools, to earn his degree in architecture. This is where he met Robert Moore, otherwise known as Robert de Grimston, and struck up a friendship while they were both learning architecture in, I believe it was Cambridge, but I'm not exactly sure on what school it was. But he has direct ties to the intelligence community because mother worked for them. Now, I don't believe it was an actual spy. She probably was some sort of clerk or secretary or whatever, but it just shows you how many of these intelligence connections there are out there. But I'm not sure if we should be surprised. There's an awful lot of intelligence, police, military organizations out there, and this would affect tens of millions of people. But it also talks about a basic corruption attitude. Now, did they actually also pay the big fees that go to these schools? Well, they must have, because mother didn't have that. His family was not wealthy. I'm not sure you would even call them middle class. So not only did they help assist him to get into these schools, and of course he had to perform. I mean, you can't take an idiot, bring him to a school, and just give him a certificate. Well, I guess you could. But generally what people get in life is the break. Meaning the fact that, yeah, we'll let you in the school, we'll pay your way, but of course you have to complete the training. That's usually what happens in most jobs. I know a lot of people have gotten jobs because of family, but you have to perform unless you're going to get a complete bozo job where they just move you in and pay you a check as kind of a buy-off. But that doesn't seem to be what the case is here. But here's yet another area proving the corruption that we have in this world in general and proving it specifically with the intelligence community. MI6 is the version of the British CIA, so to speak, and he was not only gotten into all these schools, they paid his way. Very interesting, and of course he has that connection. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean he's stating this in his book, which anyone can read? Titled, I will be having a review on this book very soon. I've just finished it. Love, Sex, Fear, and Death. The inside story of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. So anybody can read this. Is this a way of telling people to back off on him, that he has connections? Is this true? Now, we can never know if anything is really true or not unless we check it out and investigate it ourselves. People can write anything they want, and then you take it as face value, saying, well, why would he lie about this? Well, there's a lot of reasons why he'd lie about this, but it's very difficult to prove that this is true or not. But it does show that he is stating that, look, I'm connected. If they took care of him and his mother to get education, does that mean they could take care of him in other places and give him some sort of support or information? Well, it certainly does. The implications of this is really hard to say, and I'm not sure that there is much implications past this or not, but it certainly is something to note. So the Process Church leader, one of the top leaders, and there was about 6 or 8 of them, past the 2 founders, Marianne and Robert de Grimston. This was one of the main people that stayed in the church for 15 years, worked in the front lines, ran a lot of their businesses. Now, this is a top person, and he's written a very interesting book, so watch for my review of that coming soon. But the bottom line is that he has direct connections to MI6, and he stated this in his book, Love, Sex, Fear, Death, the inside story of the Process Church. Watch for my view on that soon.
The future is not just going to happen. You
That was good. Okay, hold on. Let me try this other one. I haven't heard of this next one at all.
This is Ben McClintock and Enoch Moore of defendingutah.org, where we think right and wrong, not right and left.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Defending Utah YouTube channel. You can also find us on Spreaker, iTunes, and iHeartRadio.
Welcome back to another edition of Defending Utah Radio. I am Ben McClintock, and I am joined here with Shauna Cox. Thanks for coming on with us.
Oh, thanks for having me, Ben.
So our listeners might be surprised that we're actually not here to talk to you about what's going on with Oregon or what's going on with the Bundy Ranch or things in Nevada. We've got a whole nother topic to cover with you, and I appreciate you coming on. It's pretty interesting. So those of you that don't know Shauna Cox, which probably nobody, but she is the author of the book Last Rancher Standing, the Cliven Bundy Story, A Close-Up View. She was also a part of the video released by the FBI. She was in the truck when the state and federal government assassinated Lavoy Finicum. That's kind of some of the background with you, but I want to give some background with the topic that we're going to be discussing, and that's charities that might not be what they seem. And so, a lot of times with charities, we hear a lot of different corruption where the leaders of the charity are getting $1 million salary, or only a small percentage of donations actually go to the cause that you think you're donating to. But this charity is a lot different than that. I mean, it's got a different twist to it, at least, and that is the Best Friends Animal Society. Now, how could there be anything bad about the Best Friends Animal Society? We think of this place as a no-kill shelter. They're there to protect animals. It'd be like saying you're against babies and puppy dogs. The Best Friends Animal Society has this, I guess, reputation of just being this protecting animals seems to be a very safe thing to be because, nobody's really against animals.
Animal sanctuary.
Yeah.
Animal sanctuary. Right.
But what people don't know is a little bit of their background. They've been around, they were actually formed back in the 1970s, and they started out as a church called the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which is kind of weird, and and then it moved to Kanab in 1984, and then they changed their name in 1991 to the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, and then in 2003 became the Best Friends Animal Society. So during the time that it had its name as the Process Church of the Final Judgment, they were viewed as I'm just going from the Wikipedia, they were viewed as satanic on the grounds that they worshiped both Christ and Satan, and their belief was that Satan would become reconciled to Christ, and they would come together at the end of the world to judge humanity, Christ to judge and Satan to execute judgment. In fact, many of the members of this organization that became the Best Friends Animal Society visited Charles Manson in prison, and they had associations with him. And so a lot of that background people might not know, and you might say, well, okay, that might have been in the past. Now they changed their name. They might not be about the same thing. And that's what we brought you to, Shauna, to talk to us about. You've been from Kanab, and you've got some personal experience with this organization. Can you tell us about it?
I got a lot of experience with them. When they first came to Kanab, I actually got their story from them. They wrote the story. John wrote the story, put it on the internet, and I found it and took it off. But before he actually did that, when they came in, I had heard this story before, and it was about them coming out of South America, and they were saved during a hurricane. There was a group of them that were saved with a bunch of German shepherds they had. And they came up through Mexico, and because they had been kicked out of England is what it really was. It was a cult that was in England. Mm-hmm. And they came out of England. They got to the border of America and Mexico, and they weren't allowed into the United States with the animals. So a couple of them stayed back with the animals, and the other ones came up through Arizona. When they got to Sedona, they were hitchhiking and things. And back then, they were looking for money. And I guess they asked some lady for some money. And she was in charge of what do you call animal shelter, where people, you know, they pick up people's animals that have been abused, and there were some that this poor lady just couldn't let them put down. She had a cat that had been burned in a fire, and a few really grotesque, sad animals, and she had friends who would pay somebody if they would take care of these animals. So they took her up on it. She made an offer to them and said, look, if you'll take care of these animals, I know someone who'll give you some money.
Wow.
And they figured that out. That was a cash cow. So they went around and they took pictures of these animals.
It wasn't like they were a church and they're like, hey, we've seen the light, where we want to help the animals now. It was actually more about, this is a way where we can fund our religious organization.
Some money. That's right. So they were very successful at this. They took the pictures. And a lot of people might have seen that all around the United States. They did this. They donned on clothing that looked like Krishna. They had white robes on, and they would have bald heads, and they would take these pictures of these animals, and they would like the same one, but they would put a picture on a glass jar, like a quart jar, and they'd take a cardboard table and they would set up at grocery stores, in malls. They were really good at train stations and at the airports. You would see them all over with this, you know, help save the animal thing. And they got so much money. It became a lucrative
this is really good, Jen. This is really, really, really good. And it reminds me of the scene, opening scene from the movie Airplane, the comedy from the 70s. I don't know if you guys saw it. When the guy's walking through the airport at LAX, and he gets approached by all these people begging for money, and one of Hare Krishna, please, and he pushes them out of the way, and the next one's Church of Scientology, and he knocks them like all the way off the luggage rack. Church of Scientology. Anyway, that's just anyway.
Business for them.
Mm-hmm.
They brought that money, and they were coming to find their own special place so that they could.
The best part of Airplane is when the guy has to take over the plane. Is there a pilot on board? And they didn't eat the seafood or whatever. And he goes up to the cockpit, and he's only flown small planes. And they start showing the cockpit and all these dials and numbers. And he starts sweating, and he's looking at the controls. And it just keeps going on and on and on, like for a mile. And then they have the autopilot, who's a blow-up doll. And halfway through the flight, the stewardess who's helping the new pilot is between his legs, and Otto gets a big smile. Anyway, sorry.
Exist. And they came into Kanab, and they met up with a man by the name of Dale Clarkson, a friend of mine. And he took him up to Kanab Canyon, where, we call it Angels Canyon. We did. And he took him up there, and he showed him this beautiful, pristine area that had been used for the movie theaters. Yeah, for a lot of the Western movies had done movies there. We did, Lone Ranger and Josie Wells and all. And there's a lot of movies that were done in that area. And they had the money. And they told him that they were just looking.
Yes, I saw that, and I didn't know what she was talking about. What does the 4 represent? But what an easy transition for a nefarious society to collect money through an animal society, a shelter. And here, you thought you're taking these pets to a shelter, and they're doing good, when all they're doing is collecting money for evil purposes. Wow. But the 4, I did see the pictures of was it Hunter Johnson, and I don't know, he's doing one of these, and you see all of those kids always, anytime they're posing, they're doing actual, gang signs and all that stuff, or what, I don't know what are they, I know you can do bloods and stuff like that or whatever, but they're always throwing up gang signs. They think they're so damn gangster. You know what I mean? And that's why, does it shock you, really, that it's possible there was some type of thing there with them, with all the things the kids are doing these days, and all the, you know, as opposed to this being another school shooting, it's something that now either law enforcement has intervened or that somehow they've gotten away with it. And it's horrifying to think that now, okay, so now the people that were saying, oh, we need to get the guns off the street and all this stuff are the ones behind, you know, everything's a front. There was a big 60 Minutes thing long time ago back in the 90s about the United Way. And if you remember, this started to bring down the charities. The United Way, 90% of the money collected by the charity called the United Way, and also the not the March of Dimes, but United Way, and with March of Dimes and United Way, back in when I was a kid, some kids would take a jar and collect pennies or whatever for the United Way. Well, 90% of the money donated to the United Way, as exposed by 60 Minutes, was to pay the salaries of the CEOs and stuff of the United Way. This all kind of ties into that.
To build this beautiful resort so the rich people could come there, and that they would have this place to stay, kind of like the dream that Dale had been dreaming for years, hoping to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so they kind of fed into him, and he sold them this piece of property. Well, he was in partners, but he sold his part out, and they took over. The bad part of it was that when you would go up through there in that canyon, when they started to move in, they built themselves what I called was a temple. It looked like a temple. And the people could see it was down off the mountain, kind of down off in the sands, but they would patrol the roads, and it would give you a very eerie feeling because you knew that you were being watched. You know, have you ever felt like when you're standing still or something, you can feel somebody looking at you?
Yeah.
That's
creepy.
The way it was. And so you could feel that when you would go through drive that little strip of land. It was a county road, so they couldn't close the road. But when you come through there, you could feel that it was very, very scary. And then suddenly people would be right up behind you, and they would try to run you off the property. Anyway, so it got to be more and more kind of the thing to check out. You know, everybody wanted to go see what was going on.
The rumors are getting spread because they're like, oh, all this creepy stuff's going on.
Wow, lots of creepy.
We got to go check it out, especially probably teenagers, you'd imagine.
Teenagers always, you got a haunted house and they're there. So
there you go, right there.
So of course they were all interested and would go up, and I'd been there many times. We heard all kinds of stories of people that disappeared and never came back.
Wow.
And it began to grow. It was kind of crazy, and I can't believe I'm putting this on the news. But there was a lot of craziness, and here's the thing. I have a motel, and they started to set up their business. For years, they didn't have any public in there at all. And they would just very, very secret. Everything was secret. And then if you drive through, you could see where they had built these little houses up on the mountains, kind of behind the trees and all over. And they were watching you all the time. They could see the roads, and they would watch you.
Wow.
And they would call out to their people and have them get you out of the property. They didn't want you to be there. But they really couldn't get rid of you because it was a county road. They just didn't want anybody stepping off of that road.
You had to stay right there. No easement, really. You just got to, as soon as you get off the county road, they're after you.
yeah, they're on you even on the county road. They get right behind you and follow you.
Oh, wow.
And just so it was really eerie. Then they started into having a little business. And I think because they kept getting, they got more and more money and they could outbid everybody. So they could get millions of dollars because they said that they were saving all these animals, which these people would die. And they would get them to come and see how they were taking care of these animals. And they would talk them into signing over everything they had. And they would take that animal to their animal. And then they would take that animal to the sanctuary to take care of them. And the problem is, I don't know that they were ever taking care of those animals.
That's what I had heard. There was actually some news articles that had been like scrubbed from the internet that said for a while they were prosecuted for providing animals to satanic cults for sacrifice.
Well, they were doing some really fishy things, and I knew there's a lot of stories about there, so I can't tell them all to you now. But
yeah,
there was things when teenagers would sneak out there in the night and literally climbed up on top of their temple and looked through their glass windows where they were worshiping.
Wow.
A big black cat. It was a statue that they had. And
so they were clearly still involved in their religious activities.
Right.
Witnesses to anyone, to maybe somebody who has heard a confession already at this point.
Wait, so that's her husband, the Hollywood guy, huh?
And you could speak directly to them. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say if you know anything, if you think anything, if you heard anything, if you saw anything, just call it in. Even if the next morning you were taking your dog out for a walk and they were sniffing in a bush and there was a glove, call it in. Because it could be absolutely nothing. And if it is, then I am happy. And it could be absolutely something. And if it is, I'd rather have it called in 17 times than never called in at all. I think to whomever did this, if you saw someone acting out of their nature, I know it's important to protect family. It's important to protect friends, and I know that those ties of loyalty are strong. But you should be scared, and this isn't someone that should be protected. So if you noticed odd behavior, if you noticed something in the shared bathroom trash can, if you noticed a weird smudge on the fridge after your roommate came home late, call it in.
Can I just stop for a second? It's so weird hearing this interview because it's almost like she had some premonitions. It's weird. Like,
yeah.
She's saying they should have looked through the trash, but they didn't. And then she goes, if you see something weird, even if it's a glove misplaced, and then there was Chris McDonough finding the glove. I mean, I'm just pointing this out. It's just weird how mysterious it is that she said those two things right in a row. And both of those things are true.
Any injuries, anything at all, because worst case scenario, the police talk to them and they get to go home. If they have nothing to hide, then you just did your job. Call it in anonymously.
Any information at all that people could hand over to help would be amazing.
Yeah.
We just need more.
Tell me about your sister.
Yeah. Kaylee was a spitfire. She absolutely was, the tan blonde with a beautiful smile that lit up the room. But you hear that every time. She was so much more than that. She was an absolute brat. She was an absolute...
Like a true sister.
Totally. Just to be genuine, I know that that's what she would want, is just that authenticity. Because that's exactly who she was. She didn't take any crap from anyone. She didn't take any BS. She was a fighter. She was stubborn. She was the absolute justice police. One of her very first phrases was, "What about me?" She was always concerned about what was next. And Kaylee,
we've seen this, right? Haven't we seen this, or is this? This is new. Somebody answer me on that, please. Yeah, F Hollywood. F all of Hollywood. Even the people I thought I liked, Ben Stiller and all those guys, they're all in it, and they're all in it. And whether they know or not what they're doing, they're in it. And, there's a funny story. I hate to interrupt both of these things, but there's a funny story about... Yeah, I'm going to go, but don't go anywhere, John. I'm going to go back to this. I just wanted to look at that real quick. What was the funny story? I forgot.
They were.
Of their Satan. I mean, they worship Satan.
And my understanding was that they belonged to the same church that Charles Manson did.
Right.
Because it was the exact same church. And one of my friends later, who belonged to it, told me, she was upset because she knows me very well and we're friends and I like them and I like some of the people that were there. But that doesn't mean that they were doing the right things. It was just creepy. You
don't always agree with everything your friends do.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I did tell a lot of people because I was doing a tour we started a thing about 18, 19 years ago called Western Legends, where we brought in movie stars and people like that. And we took them out on tours to these different places where we did movie theater. I mean, where they did the movies.
Right.
And so one of them was going up Kanab Canyon, and that's where, all those a lot of the Western movies were made.
Yeah.
And also up to Johnson Canyon. But I really didn't want to go to Kanab Canyon. I'd rather talk about gun smoke and things like that out in Johnson Canyon,
Right.
But Jackie Rife was one of the actresses that was in the movies, and she wanted to go out to Johnson Canyon. So that left me to tell the stories up in Kanab Canyon. So that's what I did. We would go past 3 lakes and we'd go up to the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. When I was younger, I actually helped make the movie called The Donner Party. And we trudged through the sands right there where the Best Friends was, over, to the coral pink sand dunes, and they made it as snow, but it was the really deep sand. And they created the movie. So,
oh wow.
So that was, anyway, we've been in different movies, and that one was really interesting because now we couldn't go over there, and when I took the tour buses, I would tell them about these different incidents that took place and about the movies and the actors and all those types of things. And then when I would get to the temple part, because you could really see it from the road.
Oh, wow.
And for years, and I'd drive by there and I'd make the bus driver stop and pull over and let everybody see this temple. It's down off the road because they couldn't get to it,
Right.
And I would tell them the story, and they would be so interested about this cult that was going on.
Yeah.
And every time things would change, it was like every year something else would change. And as they began to become a bigger and a bigger business, then they hired local people to walk the dogs, to feed the cats, to work in the catteries. They built all these big things. It was crazy to see that these cats and dogs had more privileges and food that was donated to them than, and we have starving children every place. That really bothered me. They had heated pads and housing and all kinds of
heated pads for your cat.
Starving children.
Crazy.
So I thought, my word, how do people justify that? And I find that a lot of movie stars are ones that have donated a lot of money. So these people were really good about going out panhandling. They learned the system very well.
Mm-hmm.
And they have millions. And so they get millions every single year. And they could buy up more and more land and outbid people. And so they bought up the whole canyon, except for the road. They could still come through on the road. And there was a lot of interesting stories. And one year, as I was coming through off one of the cliffs there, all of a sudden they had panels up, horse panels. You know, they're the instant kind where you can portable panels, right?
Yeah.
And there was horses there. Well, they never had horses before. They always had only one or two swaybacks, old beat up horses to, you know, for sympathy.
Right.
They had a couple of those up the canyon a ways, not on this particular bend. And I said, wow, that's really interesting. We have horses today, because it was Western legends. And so they were kind of getting into the spirit of Western legends. We published every year that we were coming and making that tour. So I would do that for 2 days, 3 days actually. And that was what was interesting, was all of a sudden the horses showed up. Yeah. And I said, wow, we have horses here. And somebody on the tour said, oh yeah, because they did it just for your tour. You were somebody that was working for them.
Oh, wow.
I see that they were planting people on my tours.
Oh, wow.
And to see what I was saying.
So an employee admitted that they put those horses just for the show.
Absolutely. And then they told me.
That's a good way to raise money later on, because the people that are on this tour, and then they can come back.
Come back to, right.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely come up and see them. And then they would tell me, and I said, well, I think they, this year, my understanding was they raised $9 million. And then the person on the tour said, oh, no, that's not right. It's 12 million.
Holy cow.
So the more I would say things, you'd think I was really out there, but I would get more and more support, because the people that worked there were sent to spy on me, but they were very good help for expanding to the truth, you know. Right. Anyway, it was really interesting. So as it became more and more, as I spoke more and more, people got really upset with me. The original founders started to get upset, and because they were being exposed. Mm-hmm. And so they had to change, and they supposedly sold it and turned it into a business instead of a nonprofit organization.
Okay.
501c3. It turned in more like a business. And
so they could keep it more private?
Yeah, they were very, very angry with me. Wow. Because they had to give up their freedoms.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to do that.
They had to pay taxes now.
Well, anyway, I don't know. They all still live there. And they're still up, and they have the most beautiful valley in the world to live in. And they like their privacy but here's one of the funniest things was a couple of them. One of them, I came around the corner, and I had to show the people the temple. And I told the bus driver to pull over, and I said, back up. I can't believe this, because I was looking for the temple. Mm-hmm. And they literally had gone out and chopped the top off the steeple of the temple and painted it green, like a sage green, so it would blend in the trees.
Oh, wow.
It was so funny.
Try to camouflage their little building.
Yeah, because that happened from one year to the next. By the time I came back again, it was gone. That was interesting.
Yeah.
So it was, and then one time we came around the corner, and they have what they call the pet cemetery. And they have all of these one by one, like footpath stones, you know what I mean? Like concrete pads. And they're all over in the cemetery. I mean, and then they have all these
stone walking paths for people to be able to go around and.
Well, they're supposed to be marked they're all together like a big patio.
Oh, okay.
So it's like they buried the animal's ashes underneath.
Like a headstone underneath those. Okay. Yes.
So it just goes over the top of it.
Gotcha.
So they dig a hole and bury him, and they put this pad supposedly on top. So I don't know, but there's like lots of these, like a great big area that just has tons of these whatever you call them in.
Animal
And,
graves with the headstones on them.
Yeah. And then they took and they put in all these wind chimes and the bells and all these things all over. Well, we just happened to be coming around. And like I said, they knew exactly when I was coming because I published that whatever hours I was running the bus.
Right, right.
Well, they did a great performance for us because they had like 4 or 5 people that were standing around in the pet cemetery with the little wind chimes, and they had one of these little pads up, like they were having a little prayer or blessing or whatever, of something they were burying. You know, they're having a funeral for this.
Putting on a show. Wow.
Right. Oh, I tell you. And so there was there's been a lot of really interesting things. And then they got mad at me and tried to get me to stop doing them. And I said, look, the people that were running the Western Legends said, Shawnee, you have to stop. And I said, well, no, I don't. I said, stop telling the truth. I can tell the truth. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
really.
sorry. But the truth is the truth. And so that's when they lost it. And well, I shouldn't say lost it, but they had to turn it into kind of a business. And that's what they do. But I'm telling you, people think that this is where their money's going. Well, it isn't. Yeah. Right. Those people have so much money, they don't even know what to do with it.
Right.
And they're buying up all the countryside, and they're even taking it and going to Mesquite and blowing it in the gambling in the gambling machine.
They're using, but because it's a business, then they can't really get in trouble for blowing all these donations.
Right.
So, but don't they still have a 501c3 of some kind? Because if all these Hollywood people are donating to them,
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I honestly don't know because I haven't. At one time, one of their employees who worked in the accounting department was fired and came to work for me. Mm-hmm. So I knew more things. I mean, it's not a secret, but they seem to really attract single women who have no family, no children, have never been married usually.
That same cult mentality kind of that you would go after.
And they started filling up our whole community full of these people. And they would they have catteries all built on the side of their homes where they just have hundreds of cats. And they live in one tiny room in their house. And some of them like dogs. So some of them have a really group of different ones. So they'll have a room in their house. They buy a new house and they put all the cats in one room. That's their cat room. And then they have all the birds in another room. And outside of those windows, they will build this big cattery. So the cats can climb up these old dead trees and all kinds of stuff, and out of the windows or cut the holes bigger. Or they might have a dog run where they just go in and out that door. They build an outside door so they can have just a room for dogs. Mm-hmm. And they run in and out and in and out. And it becomes so overpowering that it's an animal house. It's the person who lives there literally lives in one room. And the animals have run of the whole house.
It must be squalor with all those animals around and all the fecal matter and all that kind of stuff. It'd just be awful.
And you know what's really, I think, is terrible is they're always covered in hair, cat hair.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, dog hair. The worst thing I could, Anyway, we have septic systems there, and they would wash their dog, blankets and their, I mean, I love dogs and I love cats, and I can't say I love cats, but
you don't want to.
I've had plenty of cats, and we have chickens, rabbits, dogs, horses, cows. We have everything, but they don't live in our house.
Well, that's because you actually love animals as opposed to setting up a scheme to fund your religion.
Oh, it was, right. It's been a really.
And so they're building all this land, buying all this property you said out there. Are they linked, and they're bringing all these kind of outsiders there? Are they linked in any way to like a lot of these land, like liberal land organizations like SUA, trying to support like the federal takeover of the lands and that kind of stuff, or are they kind of different?
I'm not sure if how far out it expands, because I know there's a lot of liberals that play into this.
Right.
And for them to even be able to say that they're not a profit organization, they bought up business after business in our town. And they buy up houses. They used to tell me they don't buy houses, but yes, they do.
Do they use so with those businesses, do they use that influence in the town to kind of bully people to do things that they want done?
They have a lot of influence over our political system.
Yeah.
They try to step in and take over things like that, which is, and the liberals use them as a what do you call it? Not a bouncing board, a springboard.
Mm-hmm.
And to launch their agenda. And so they use that because they're powerful and they have a lot of influence over those particular kinds.
Because they're not really seen as being a partisan organization.
Right.
They're just seen as, oh, these guys just love animals. And so if they like it, then if you disagree with them, you want to kill dogs and cats.
Right. Absolutely. So they have their own, they have had parades for years. You know, we've had all kinds of things from that. And I have to say, they have been infiltrated in our community, that they are the biggest employer in our community.
Wow.
Between them and the federal government, there's hardly anything left. So they've really taken over. And
with the agenda, they're pretty much the same thing, because they probably both have similar mindsets.
Absolutely. So they have, they're destroying our whole way of life. They're destroying our families. It makes me sick.
Changing the culture down there, making it less with its roots were founded upon, and making it more of this liberal Hollywood bastion.
Well, they don't even. They're taking out the Hollywood. They're taking out the Western part that we've been forever, and they're trying to turn it into something crazy, like magical, like unspoiled and magical, and you know, Canabra is not cowboy country. They renamed us into Canabra, which
funny.
Absolutely, the old timers, everybody called me and had a scream and fit.
No kidding.
And I was a little too late because I didn't know what was going on, and they had already passed it by the time they had already.
It's official?
Officially. Well, no, the town is still Kanab.
Oh, okay.
But all of their advertising, they paid thousands,
oh my goodness,
thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of our taxpayers' dollars to make all this signage all across the country called Canabra. I just about blew a gasket when I saw that.
No kidding.
I saw it like out by Las Vegas.
Holy cow. So they're turning this old, cowboy town into trying to be like a California mentality.
Yeah, crazy.
Wow.
Oh.
Holy smokes.
So yeah, it's really a sad situation, but we try to be friends with the people, and there are people, like I said, that I really do like. There are some people that are really good that move there for the right reason.
Liking an individual can be a lot different than liking the agenda of the organization that person belongs to.
Absolutely.
Right.
Because even some of them, I don't think, realize how bad it is, and eventually
what's really going on.
They'll find out what's happening.
Right.
But even people that have worked for him, I mean, I'm telling you, so many people have told me so many things, but they're afraid to say anything,
Right. Well, with that kind of influence, they fire you and you lose your job.
Yeah.
And you're
and what other jobs are there?
Right.
Pumping gas, waiting tables.
And if with that much control, they can make sure that the other guy that owns the other stores may not hire you. So with that kind of influence, you can.
It gets stronger and stronger. There's still a pretty good base of original people, but they're not going to stay forever.
Right.
And they die off. And
well, especially if they're buying up all the land out there, it's going to be hard for anybody in the family still there to be able to buy land and have their kids stay there and buy more land. And
yeah, because we have no way of income unless you work for the government or work for best friends, you don't have a job.
Wow.
That's
something else.
It's pretty pathetic for us. But
I really appreciate you coming on and talking to us about this and letting folks know, because it's really important that, it's not about attacking people, but it's about knowing the truth so that you don't support something that's doing something that you don't want them to do. If you're thinking it's doing one thing, but it's actually doing something else, I think everybody should want to know that. If you're,
the underlying truth, and that's why we have to expose them, and we have to expose the real truth. The same thing about the government, people that are covering it up, and they further the agenda by pretending it's not there because I need a job.
Right.
So I don't want to buck the system, so I better do what I'm told to do.
Yeah.
That's how we lose our country, because it turns into communism, and then they have control of us. And that's a terrible
one, Jen.
So that's the Best Friends Animal Society. They were originally the Process Church of the Final Judgment, and they were Satan worshipers. And as Shauna has just told us, they found a way to make a buck and continue on with their religious practices while posing as a animal shelter. So,
well, I have to tell you one last thing, just so I remember.
Yeah.
One of my friends she wasn't one of the very first originals, but she was one of the originals that came from New York. And they have the mentality that says that we have, she says, we can't do the things that you do. We need someone to take care of us.
Oh my goodness.
No, I haven't educated you enough. And she said, well, you got in a magazine, you were talking about this cult and all these, and Charles Manson. And she said, and I said, yes. And she said, well, tell me if you said these things. And I said, well, you tell me what the magazine said, and I'll tell you if I said it. So she kept going through, because I didn't read a magazine. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And so then she would start saying things about, the cult and about Charles Manson and about, anyway. And I said, I kept going, yes, and yes, and yes. And then she says, let me tell you about the cult. And she said, it was a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness.
We had so much fun. Oh dear.
Wow.
Anyway.
Well, that tells you that it is more than just the animal sanctuary.
Oh, way beyond the animal sanctuary. But they have, I don't know where the real beliefs are. But if they believe that animals have more rights than human beings, I feel sorry for them, because it hurts my heart to think that that they can't see God's hand in the human being.
Right.
Opposed to animals, and I love animals,
right?
But humans,
a child is definitely of more value than a cat.
Absolutely,
for sure.
Anyway.
And that's so. Well, we've been speaking with Shauna Cox, the author of Last Rancher Standing: The Clive and Bundy Story, a close-up view, and her firsthand experience with the Best Friend Animal Society and what was really going on behind the scenes. So we really hope that you've enjoyed this edition of Defending Utah Radio, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Thanks a lot, Shauna.
Thank you. You guys have a great day. Thanks.
This has been Ben McClintock and Enoch Moore of DefendingUtah.org. Make sure to subscribe to the Defending Utah YouTube channel. And also, we'd like to thank our sponsors, the Editor Lady. She will help you publish your book or do any editing for a price you won't believe. Give the Editor Lady a call at 801-948-3667.
Okay, it's funny because FFS is there. I guess I didn't realize that you guys knew about her. Wow, I was going through, and it's less the FFS stuff. Well, I guess she's the leader, but it's more the comments that you read, and it's just absolutely unbelievable. I'm gonna play this one. See where it goes here. Stupid commercials. And I mean, I see where you guys are coming from now. I didn't know before what you guys were talking about, because I was out for, okay, so let's see what this is. But I before I play this, Me? Are you talking about me? Woke up. I saw two Mormons going door to door when I was on my bike ride the other day, and I was gonna stop and chat with them and see if they knew about the case or anything like that and do my questions. And hold on. I just thought it was weird. Are any of you Mormons? Are you Mormon? I had a girlfriend who was Mormon, and you couldn't find the FFS pic. No, that I just did a snap a snip and sketch of her picture from one of her videos when she was saying that she was falling off the wagon or whatever. I didn't even know who she was until today. Somehow I came across it. That was her. Not a Mormon, yeah. Well, it was funny. I was also listening to Louis C.K. That's where that Jesus story, that Jesus bit I did. It's okay. Click on the link though, so I can see if I can add you and see if it works. Because I have to use this ninja thing. I used it before. That's the only reason I remembered it. And now I lost the page where I sent you the link. So I'm hoping you pop up in OBS. But the Midnight Production. Where are you coming up with all this great stuff, dude? I want you on here. What was I saying? The other one was about abortion. He was talking about, and he's like, I don't necessarily believe that abortion is murder or whatever. He's like, I'm kind of on the fence about it. But yeah, no, it's definitely murder. It's definitely killing a baby, But he's like, what's the point of bringing a baby into this world? Mothers should have the right to decide. There's enough of you going around because all guys want to do is just spray their stuff around and make more me's, more me, more me. So women should have the right to cut it off at any point. I know it's a sick thing, but he's sick. He was the head writer for Conan O'Brien for years, and he got so sick of it that he went to go quit. And anyway, yeah, it's funny because he'll say, yeah, it's killing babies. It's literally killing babies, and you'll get people in the audience cheering. And the funny thing is, I find, is that this was from 7 days ago. Let's find that. Let's hear this. I was gonna play the other one. We'll do this. The
use of child crimes.
You're gonna have music there.
They do.
Darn, this does music. Let's see if we got
stories of repeated people targeting them with cars. Because what you read online is they got me to get into the car, and then they brought me back to a house where they videotaped me getting, and then I managed to get away. It just makes me wonder how many people have been gotten away.
Right.
There's no census, on the homeless population, really, because so many people are just out there, and it's unfortunate that that's what society would deem as people that aren't worthy of help. It's such a callous mentality that people have, but it's true.
The people that I interview are so we have a pretty extensive network of highways, freeways here in Phoenix, and the people that I interview, they're right off the freeway, because the dealers, easy access to go drop stuff off, get their money, and get on the freeway, and boom, they're out, right? Quick Trip, QT, Circle K, convenience stores, gas, you know, so you'll have a lot of people that I interview hanging out at these stores because that's how they panhandle, and that's how they meet their plug, their dealer. And so, but who else is using it? The people that are chasing them, the midnight productions, they're the individuals, you know. Okay, let me go look for a victim. Oh shoot, she's by herself. Oh, she's right off the freeway. Let me go try to lure her with $50 to get in my vehicle for, you know, so a date. That's it. That's the last time anybody is gonna see that person, you know.
That's the craziest part too. I mean, because you can pull up to a gas station and look like a just normal citizen, and no one would bat an eye about it, and it doesn't make you stand out. And so it's not that like, oh, shady car driving down a back alley where no one's there, and he sees a girl walking there and like grabs them and pulls them in their car. I mean, it might happen every once in a while, but in reality, this is probably how it's happening. And I mean, that's just really freaky to me.
Normal looking people doing evil things.
And this is so prevalent with this population here in Phoenix. Phoenix is the 5th largest city in the nation. We have such a big problem with these individuals, right? Just so many. Society doesn't acknowledge them anymore. No, I don't got $1. You know, it's the kind of throwaways. We don't pay attention anymore. Mm-hmm. We just step over them. The guy that's laying on the sidewalk, we just step over him, and instead of checking if they're okay, if they're alive, you know. I've been driving. I've literally seen dead bodies in the alley, you know. And so we become so used to it, accustomed to it, that the bad guys take advantage of that. You know, that's what's going on. That adds to it. I believe. I firmly believe in that.
All of that is incredibly disturbing stuff. They're torturing people, abducting people, selling and harvesting organs, and it's only going to get worse from there. Now, I want to point out, weirdly, for this trip, this was the first video I ever filmed with that big VHS camera you've seen me using, and the entire tape of the midnight production stuff that we shot completely broke. I don't know what happened there. Like, the whole tape is gone. So a bunch of B-roll got lost, stuff from interviews, and just little things. But I'm going to cut right now to our first night in Phoenix when we set out to investigate midnight productions, and this is where it gets really scary. All right, so we just got to Phoenix today. Our plan was to interview some of the people who unfortunately live here on the streets of Arizona. We wanted to try to talk to some people, but the sun sets really early here, and we didn't even realize there's the college basketball teams playing a championship in town. But we're starting off tonight. Obviously, we're going to take you guys with us as we explore some of these spots that I've done some research into. I just want to point this out. I think it's weird. So I bought this Sony VHS camera for this trip because I love the VHS look. You guys have seen it in my documentaries in the past. I try to put VHS glitches, so I figured why not get an old camera and actually film on it. I popped in this tape that the guy I bought it from sent with us, and it's like video of a bunch of kids in Mexico on a mission trip. And I don't know, isn't that just kind of strange? Like, I feel like it's really weird when we're filming a video right now about like and like just a random videotape of children. Who knows like what the hell happened to these kids, like where they ended up. This is from 2003. And look, here, I'll play you a clip, but I'm gonna have to cut the music because there's like some copyrighted music behind it. But look at this subject matter that we're diving into on this video. It's really an odd synchronicity, and it's, I don't know, we're both a little nervous tonight, but I guess it's time to head off, man. You ready?
Let's do it.
So before we head out tonight, I just want to state this is our first night, and this is a story that I've been passionate about diving into for months now. So it's weird to be here in person, but it's also kind of eerie because, to me, two distinct possibilities exist in this case. On one hand, you have the possibility that all of this is fake. None of it's happening. There's no child, there's no murder ring that's abducting homeless women, videotaping them being tortured and murdered. That doesn't exist. The other possibility, the only other possibility, is that this stuff is happening here in Phoenix where we are, and nobody's talking about it. And by barking up the wrong tree, who fucking knows what's gonna happen. Definitely a little more on edge. Ghost hunting is easy. Connor and I say it, we're not afraid of ghosts. Definitely afraid of the living, and these people, if they're real, could definitely kill us. So,
people are way more scary than a ghost is. I mean, the things that we're pursuing tonight, this is stories of murderers, people who are dismembering people, sexually assaulting them, raping them. I mean, this is some really, really fucked up shit that we're getting into. And there's people that are coming up missing about stuff like this, that are talking about this. So, I mean, it's really scary stuff.
well, I think it's time we go, man.
I think so.
You ready?
Let's do it.
Driving in Phoenix, the first place we wanted to go visit was a number of areas in town that are known for sex trafficking. These areas are sex trafficking hotspots. Right now we are approaching 51st Avenue and McDowell. This is an area where I've seen plenty of news reports about how many prostitution stings have occurred here. Something eerie that I think about is, let's say you see a sex worker on the street. More than likely that means that the person pimping them out, controlling them, the trafficker, they're probably somewhere in the area too. I don't know. I just feel like if Midnight Productions is real and they're operating and they're doing some skeezy shit, I feel like this would be definitely an area that they could potentially target. It's almost like the hunting grounds of these people. And yeah, I mean, we've passed easily 5-6 women walking up and down the street just now, which is sad and terrifying at the same time. I can't even imagine, can't imagine what it's like. This is just the start. 51st Avenue and McDowell here in Phoenix. This is a sex trafficking hotspot here in the city. And this stuff, by the way, is happening everywhere in America, in every city in America, every single day. It just isn't talked about. Did you hear somebody fucking like screaming?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? So all the B-roll of that street and these houses that we're going to be talking about, all that stuff is gone because it was on that camera. But I do want to point out, the thing that I was really pissed off that we lost on that camera was a small clip. So Connor and I stopped at a Raising Cane's because we saw what looked like a police officer outside. He ended up just being security. But we got out of the car, we went over, and we asked the security guard, what do you know about Midnight Productions and sex trafficking in this area? And he literally looked like a ghost. His color drained from his face. He looked at us and he said, "Don't say that too loudly around here, and be careful who you ask that to." And we were like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "This is just a really bad part of town, man. You don't know like who's out here." Which we got back into the car after that and we were like, holy that is crazy. So we had already come across a guy out in public who seemed to believe in Midnight Productions. After that, we knew that I'm really, really mad that I lost that clip, because I know somebody out there is going to be like, oh, that didn't happen. But it did. I swear on everything in my life it did happen. But after that, we started heading through the Midnight Productions hotspots, where the torture hotels, snuff film rooms, all of that is located.
Is the world's oldest profession on the rise in your neighborhood?
2 sex trafficking survivors driving across the valley with us, pointing out the places they used to work that could see a resurgence.
It's Thursday night, just after 11 o'clock. When most of the valley is asleep, 27th Avenue between Indian School and Northern starts to come alive. Dozens of women walking the streets, selling sex for money. It took no time at all to see activity And in a 30-minute span, our 12 News cameras capturing Phoenix police officers questioning 2 women on suspicion of prostitution. They find out this girl is just 17, so they hold her until she gets picked up by a relative.
Any stretch of road that you have girls working on is a track.
This woman claiming to be visiting from out of town, a story they've heard several times over. With no evidence of a crime being committed, they let her go. She goes back to walking up and down the track. This routine painfully familiar for 2 young women.
I know these sidewalks by heart.
Both of them sex trafficking survivors.
I would come out at like 7 or maybe 8 o'clock at night, and I would be out here until 6 or 7 the next morning.
I dealt with all different kinds of people from all different economic backgrounds.
There was no way to anticipate what your day was gonna look like and who you were gonna have to spend it with.
Another busy spot, 51st Avenue and McDowell.
A lot of these hotels would have trick staying in them too.
And a couple of blocks from there, the truck stop just south of the 10.
I would try my hardest to make enough money to not have to go to the truck stop. Pretty much any part of town that you go in, there's gonna be somewhere where this is going on. Yeah, I was scared, but I guess I had to do it, or I thought I had to do it.
In the case of nearly every sex trafficking victim, they're working under the control of a pimp. According to these survivors, he was almost always close by, lingering at a bar or gas station.
He would be there as soon as it was done and come and pick up the money.
So everything that we present here on this episode has to be taken with a grain of salt. Like I've said many times, we're actively investigating a sex ring that has never been caught, has never been proven, but there are hundreds of alleged victims that have shared their testimonies. And I did a ton of research for this video, like days and days of research. And an address that consistently kept appearing in the research is in this neighborhood right here, which is creepy being here right now because I've seen images of this neighborhood on Google. Apparently, in one of these houses, there is a torture murder hotel, is what they refer to it as. Basically, it's a building where some of the traffickers from Midnight Productions in the past have taken victims, assaulted them on video, tortured them, and murdered them. Created these snuff films in a house in this area. Obviously, yeah, we don't know if that's true. I have nothing that could possibly prove that that's true, other than the fact that on like 5 different message boards that I found talking about this stuff, there were different users from different years discussing this house in this area. This is a very normal looking neighborhood. You just expect families to be living here. You would never imagine the things here are straight out of a fucking nightmare. The details of this whole case read like a horror movie. It's fucking eerie. It's supposedly right around here. And the people that I read talking about this said that there are multiple bodies buried on this property and that the police know that this is happening. And obviously part of the whole thing is that they're in on it. This is what sex trafficking looks like. This is what file rings look like. They look like normal fucking houses on normal fucking streets with normal fucking people that live in them. It's just the things that they do behind the closed doors that are as far from normal as you can possibly get. I just wanted to drive through this area and kind of show you guys what it looks like. Dude, look at more cops. This is like, I don't know what the hell happened tonight, but dude, look at him. Bro, what the fuck?
Train's coming. Did you notice that none of them were marked cars?
Yeah. When do you see that?
I think it's really f***ing weird that there's that many on, but they're all unmarked cars.
That was crazy, dude. We're on the trail of Midnight Productions, and I've done a lot of research into this subject. I don't know what's going on in Phoenix in this area this evening. There is a massive police presence. Back when we were filming, just 30 minutes ago, we saw, what, 5 cars speeding by? And just now right here, we saw an additional 4 police cars, and we could hear sirens. We're in Tempe, Arizona, which is 20 or so minutes from where we were just filming. Right behind me, you can see this is the Hayden Mill, the old mill in Tempe. This area has come up in the last couple of decades. Like, a lot of these buildings are new. And back in the day, this old mill was just completely abandoned. And actually, the renovation just started on this place a couple years back. But from what I researched online, I also saw multiple people talking about how this mill, back when it was empty, used to be a Midnight Productions hotspot. I mean, when you think about it, it's perfect. A building like this is still in the city limits, but it's very, very isolated. It's huge. There's multiple levels to it. If it's true the authorities were in on this whole thing, they could have been protecting, making sure nobody came in under the guise of trespassing while some weird shit was going down.
And from what we've gathered tonight,
there's some weird shit going on in Phoenix. So, look at that.
That light's bright.
Yeah. This light is crazy bright, dude. It's not only crazy, it's absolutely eerie to me to think about just what happened inside of this building. I mean, genuinely. Once again, if you go with the whole, who knows if this is true or not. If this is true, if this story actually happened, that means there were multiple people murdered, assaulted, then murdered, mutilated, tortured on camera inside of this building, and it's been completely covered up. I'm not going to say that it's true, but if you do research into the subject, this place comes up a lot as a hot spot. So we can walk over, look at it. I mean, seriously, imagine back in the day, this is shrouded in darkness. There's a tunnel providing access into that huge building without anybody seeing you. Like, that's filled in for a reason. Stuff's just been put in there. So the next day, we wanted to get up and go ask members of the local homeless population for ourselves. Do you guys know what Midnight Productions is? And even if you don't know who or what Midnight Productions is, do you know, just in general, anybody who's gone missing off the streets, who's vanished? Because it's not like if someone disappears in Phoenix, they're just gonna come out and proclaim, it's Midnight Productions and we took them. Like, they're gonna leave no evidence at all. And if you really consider this theory as involving authority figures, police, law enforcement, these people are gonna make sure that their tracks are completely covered and they're not gonna leave any evidence. And like I said, if there's authorities in it, they even could go in and delete security camera footage, lie, make false police reports, falsify evidence. There's a lot of reasons why this stuff could be covered up so easily. But let's talk to those guys on the street now.
Hi, my name is George from Phoenix, Arizona. And what I've heard about Midnight Productions, I've heard about that and that. No, that's not shit. That's just not good. I don't like that shit about men coming around whipping women. Like, how is that? How are you gonna do that? How are you just gonna come around, find a woman that you don't even know or anything? Like, how are you just gonna come from another state or wherever you're from and come to Phoenix, Arizona and just be trying to rape somebody or something? Like, that's not good.
They would talk about, like, they would kidnap kids and they would put them in crates or some shit like that, and they'll take them somewhere and nobody would know where they're at. And
yeah, they'll like crazy because take them somewhere and just hide them and keep them, but it's crazy because I know how it is here. Born and raised from Phoenix, Arizona. And even though I'm born and raised, but I kind of hate Phoenix, Arizona now, just because all this shit that's going on here. Like, dude, that's not right. And especially with people going around trying to women. Like, no. How are you just gonna go and do that? That's not right.
Have you ever heard of anybody getting abducted and just never being seen again that you've known?
At the time, I am currently homeless, and I hate it, but it's something I'm going through. So, yes, a few weeks ago, I was by the shelter. Some guy picked up some girl, and ever since, I have not seen her.
You have any idea where she went? Who would have taken her?
I don't know. I know it was some white guy, but I don't know where he was from. I don't know nothing about him. He just came up rolling around. And that's what's crazy too, because people, when you stay downtown, a lot of people just work around here. They think they can roll around downtown and just pick somebody up.
So how long has that girl been missing?
From what I know of now, maybe a little over a month and a half now.
Damn. Right over in this area?
Yes.
Because this is like doing our research. This
whole area is like real bad. Like
yes.
everything.
Well, what's crazy, there's people that talk about Midnight Productions online, and 3 of the addresses that they listed were on Van Buren and like in this 5-mile stretch.
Yes.
Of like houses where they take these women and film them getting like raped and murdered, which is fucking scary.
One of the locations is like behind the boxing gym over.
Oh yeah, literally right there. What about you guys? Have you heard anything about Midnight Productions or sex trafficking?
What I heard a little bit about it, and they talked about like how they would capture these people and they'll bring them to a place to where they don't know where they're at. But then
yeah, like they'll try to.
They're like inside some kind of tunnel.
Drug them or something, and they'll take them somewhere to where like they not trying to know where they're at. But it's crazy because some women sometimes too, even though when they do that, they still know where they're at. They're looking out where they're going, and that's always a good thing. But from what I've heard lately, nobody's been looking out. And yes, I've heard about one woman up here being abducted and just disappeared, and I ain't seen her ever since. And it's been over a month and a half, going on 2 months now.
Damn.
And she was a real beautiful woman.
When they capture these people, like you don't see their face. Their face is covered and everything, so can't really.
Yeah. 3 guys tried to grab one of my friends, his girlfriend from a parking lot.
Really?
They went there together, and she was waiting outside the car, and he was walking away from the car, and then he just stopped. And I don't know, I'm not sure why he turned around to look. You know, he turned around and looked at her, and he seen 3 guys with masks on, like he just said, and grabbing her. And then he ran back, and they got to a fist fight, and the 3 guys ran off, hopped in the car and left.
That's fucking scary.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if that's any connection to anything, but that's not an everyday occurrence, you know?
No.
Like, honestly, I can tell you this right now too. I was by the shelter right down the street, and I guess some woman that stays there, she talks to herself.
Yeah, a lot of them are like that.
And just cause she said you bitch or something, some guy goes and starts beating her up and starts stomping on her head. Like, how the you gonna be doing that, dude? And then what I didn't like either is a security guard came up to him and talked to him and just let him go. Like, what the fuck? How the fuck you gonna do that, dude?
A lot of that shit here in Phoenix, especially.
You mean just like violence?
Yeah.
Violence, a lot of racially motivated events. And where I'm from, New York,
With the midnight production?
it's nothing like this. Nothing like this at all. You know, I've been here for almost 3 years, and this is like another world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the homeless issue, the drug issue, the lack of concern from the government.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what the women being assaulted, vanishing. No big deal. People sitting on the corner doing drugs, not a big deal. You know, someone homeless sitting on the sidewalk, sleeping on the sidewalk, not a big deal.
It's crazy.
You don't care.
It's crazy too because, I mean, with the research that we've done, a lot of people are saying that, I mean, the police and the government are involved in midnight productions.
Yeah,
Because they're letting it happen.
They're all involved. They're not gonna tell you nothing.
So someone goes missing, someone files a police report, they're not going to do anything
They're
about
not
it.
gonna do anything. They're just gonna let everything happen. They're literally just gonna make it look like, oh, well, it's on the police hands.
Yeah.
Like police can handle it. But what are the police gonna do about it? Nothing. They're just gonna sit there, maybe look through it for maybe a day or two, and after that, it's nothing to them.
But look at Montana. Over 20 years, all these women on this one particular stretch of road vanishing. You would think in 20 years you'd, find the lead or something.
Right.
I mean, something. But no. I've known a lot of women here that I've seen every day, spoke to.
But that shit
happens
here a lot.
Really?
Just next day, weren't at breakfast, weren't there, wouldn't answer my calls, nothing. Then the next day, call again, and your phone number's out of service.
Really?
Yeah. These are people, whether they're from Arizona or have family here, just vanish. Gone.
Yeah, that's fucking scary.
I mean, granted, you got to allow for, people sometimes just pack up and leave and move. Yeah, shit happens. But
the people that are supposed to be looking after everybody out here isn't doing their job. And so whether or not the police are involved in it, there's not
like
justice.
They'll look for a few weeks,
yeah,
but then after that,
there's
they'll
no
give up
accountability.
because they don't know what's going on. Like, okay, well, if she's okay or if they're okay, we'll hear back from them.
Yeah. And even if Midnight Productions isn't real, but people are still getting abducted and like just
every
beaten,
day.
It's like, it's fucking wild to me that the police don't actually treat any of this seriously, or the local government. Like, what do you guys think could be done to help
like
the
I'm telling you,
situation?
Yesterday that I seen that woman getting her head stomped on. That guy fucking went up to him. He had him stop for a little bit, like maybe 5-10 minutes. After that, he let him go. A couple other security guards running after him. They caught him. Cops showed up, but the dude was already gone. He ran.
Yeah. So what do you even do at that point? They're already gone.
Yeah. There's nothing nobody can do.
Yeah, once you leave the scene, it's kind of hard to make an arrest or get a proper conviction. Has to have some kind of validity somewhere.
Well, awesome, guys. I don't want.
So after speaking with those guys, it was really starting to get real. I mean, these are people who have had experiences with women going missing off of the streets. Phoenix itself has hundreds of homeless deaths every single year. I remember seeing a news report. I played a little bit of it at the beginning. I believe last year, halfway through the year, they had 300 homeless deaths already, which is hard to believe. And those are just, I believe, the deaths. I don't even know Unfortunately, if somebody who has no family, who's out alone on the streets, if they have no connections to anybody, if they went missing, who would even be there to report it? You know, as sad as that sounds. So you really don't even know. Midnight Productions could be snatching these people off of the streets, and if they pick these targets that are completely alone, they're extremely vulnerable, they're drugged up, it's unfortunate, but it would almost be like they vanished. But we wanted to get some cold hard information, so that afternoon we met with the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network, which is a group dedicated to exposing sex traffickers, educating the public on what sex trafficking is, and protecting our youth. And here's our interview with them.
First, I would just like you guys to introduce yourselves and kind of the organization that you're with.
All right. My name is Stacy Sutherland, and I work for the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network, and we cover the state of Arizona fighting human trafficking through prevention, education, awareness, outreach, and then we have a scholarship fund for survivors of human trafficking.
My name is Nate Bolter, also with AATN, and I'm currently running the city program where we go out and train cities and get them designated as anti-trafficking cities.
Awesome.
Our vision is to create an Arizona where no one is bought, sold, or exploited. And I think we can agree, like, the number one thing that we can do is bring awareness and education to people, because there are so many misnomers of what human trafficking really is. But then when you talk about that, there's other things that we do as a part of that, like prevention efforts with youth, like very vulnerable youth, outreach with those who might be in a trafficking situation. Everybody has a role to play, and that's kind of our goal, is getting everyone in Arizona involved, no matter what they do or who they are.
It's a good way to look at it. I mean, really, when you think about it, it is every single part of society is kind of touched by this.
Yeah, every single time we go out and do a training, somebody comes up to you afterwards and says, I have a private question, or hey, I have a family member doing this. And truly, like, especially right now, and you guys have a lot of social media presence and everything like that, those platforms for kids and predators are like synonymous. And so we really need to do a lot of age appropriate prevention and education for those groups, because that's what leads those kids into that stuff. And that's where, you know, our predators are, is all online.
For people who might be watching this video and are kind of just, they don't really understand what sex trafficking is and what it looks like, can you guys just explain the concept?
The way we look at it is children under the age of 18 cannot consent to commercial sex. That's a federal law, and then most state laws mimic that federal law. So when we say commercial sex and exchanging something for value, literally we can assign value to any item in this world. So if they're trading sex for drugs, a place to stay, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Louis Vuitton bag, whatever they're trading that sex act for, we consider them to be victims of trafficking. They don't have to have a trafficker to be a victim of trafficking. So even if that juvenile is, you know, doing it on their own without that third party, they're still a trafficking victim. So that makes it really, really easy. So a buyer can be charged as a trafficker.
A lot of our victims who are adults now got started as youth. And then, I mean, we just had a case pop up recently where the victim was 50 years old. So it's not just your kids and everything. It's literally people get roped into this because they get taken advantage of. They don't understand what it is. And with this commercial sex stuff, when we ask people like, hey, what's a commercial sex act? Everybody automatically jumps to, well, it's prostitution. But there are sex acts that happen in person, online. There's a huge growing presence of, again, the OnlyFans, the, you know, Pornhub and other porn sites that have had issues because people are being forced into making sex videos and sex content that they're not getting paid for. And again, you don't know that if you are a purveyor, you're a buyer purchasing these things, and that person is going through this trafficking ordeal. The educational component for this is so important because it looks so different, and it's not the kids that are bound and tied up to a bed in a room, and it's not the kids with duct tape over their face. It looks wildly different in real life. And again, you're in the customer service industry, and so you may be talking to a young adult who's telling you, oh my gosh, you have the best beard ever, I love your mustache. But again, they're telling you that because they have to come up with funds for a quota that they have every single day. So like I said, it's and guys are just like, oh yeah, no man, look, she likes me. Like I'm helping her. I'm paying her way through college, or I'm helping her out. When in reality, she's a victim having to do this day in and day out.
Sex trafficking, like rings, is that a real thing? Is that a myth? Are there actual like groups of people that it's a business to them?
So let's go back to the scenario I just presented. If Stacy is making $300,000 off of me and she brings you in, how much does she now make? And he brings him in. And so the thing is that in Arizona, we actually have a very affluent economy. We have a lot of really nice areas and everything. So that quota may not be $1,000. It might be $2,000. Okay. But so every single time that Stacy brings in a new product, because that's what we are, possession of product for her, if we're looking at $2,000 a day because we're rolling in Scottsdale or North Phoenix or somewhere else, that $300,000 a year just went to like $1.8 to $2 million she's making off of us. So it behooves traffickers, and that is their game plan, is to constantly be in the recruiting phase, constantly be in the working phase, because her products are going to fall off at some point, and she's got to have somebody else come in.
And then I create this dynamic, right? Like we're a family, we're a unit, we work together, right? But everyone's giving me the money, and I'm just like, oh, okay, here's some money for a McDonald's cheeseburger today. Oh, there was an outreach today. They gave you free condoms. They gave you clothes. Cool. I don't have to buy condoms or anything this week because you were able to get that for free. Like it's, and then it depends on what type of venue of trafficking. Like there's multiple venues. So if we talk about massage parlors, right, there's organized crime elements in that. So there's rings in the sense of, yeah, there's buyers, there's people, there's multiple victims. Sometimes traffickers link up and work together. Sometimes there's gang involvement. So yes, there's rings. We have parents that traffic their kids. So we talked about kind of that misnomer of like, it's this big hulky guy. One of the things we do in trainings is I've seen traffickers look like me, but if I'm in the grocery store, you're going to be like, oh, she's a mom with their 3 kids. She's just like, running around, her boys running around being a little crazy in the grocery store, right? You're not going to think, oh, that could be a predator. That could be a bad person, right? Because our brains automatically think, well, this is what a trafficker is going to look like, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that dynamic is hard to understand. And, if you're in a small town and you're being trafficked, who are your buyers? Who are the people that are perpetrating? Does everybody knows your business, right? Mm-hmm. And it could be affluent people, right? It could be the mayor, it could be whoever. Buyers come from all walks of life.
So that also brings up a question. We talked about what people look like. Are there any other myths about sex trafficking that you guys would like to kind of...
There's so many myths about sex trafficking. And again, I think the biggest one is the perception of what it looks like. It doesn't look like Pretty Woman, but it doesn't look like kids being bound and gagged. That's going to be, again, the rare exception. And a lot of it's metaphorical. Kids with tape on their mouth, they can't open up and ask for resources. If their hands are bound because they can't reach out and ask for help. Because again, it's a different dynamic. A lot of times our victims voluntarily, because they've been tricked into this, will leave with their traffickers. There's not a forced component in it. They are choosing like, you know what, I'm in love with you, I want to go with you. And so that's what you see. Again, the panel van thing is always the first one. But again, cops are really good at catching bad guys. And victims who would run from their trafficker, especially for a kidnapping, the cops are going to call everybody. They're going to call their friends. They're going to call the 3-letter federal agencies. They're going to turn on every newscast in America. Everybody's going to know what that looked like. And that dude's going to go to jail, which is not a good business plan for him. So like I said, it is much more subtle and much more dangerous because it literally comes through your kids' phones. It comes through the computers. It comes through places that parents are not familiar with. And we talked about our age difference and stuff. My generation, like I'm kind of at the cusp where, like in high school, I learned how to use Word and Excel because these are new programs, whereas kids nowadays, my little boy at school has a text-to-speech speaker, feature on his computer that he uses at school all the time. And so you have mad amounts of technology that our kids are growing up with that I never dealt with. But again, predators are sitting back and they're literally sending out messages 10, 15 an hour on every social media platform, just telling them, oh my God, your blue eyes are amazing, that's great. And again, I'm gonna keep picking on your mustache. That mustache is amazing, And so as they come back, all it takes is one little kid to say, oh my God, thank you. You think I'm pretty? Or, oh, thanks, I appreciate that. You think I'm cool? And then they'll take them down that rabbit hole. So they're constantly recruiting and constantly building their team or their empire or their family, you know. It's what they do.
And so that's how they kind of like psychologically manipulate these kiddos. And then it's like when you start getting that love and affection and that lots of complimentary and that attention in there, you know, it really changes the dynamic. And so I don't ever want to sound like we're victim blaming, but it's really easy to hook somebody in that way. And because all of us, we all want to be loved. We all want to feel love, and we want to feel those nice things in the world and like be complimented and things. And so it's a really easy manipulative tool to get in with somebody, is to just kind of start that way. And so, you know, victims don't see that. They're like, oh, this is my friend, and then I've got to know him, and now he's my boyfriend, and he loves me, and you know, and so it's really an indoctrination.
It's not like the sex trafficker is going to be like, hey, nice to meet you, I'm a sex trafficker, you want to come work with me?
Right.
100%.
Yeah,
it's different.
You get parents that don't know, and they give their kid a phone. And like you were saying, like you would never take your kid and leave them in the middle of Phoenix at night from like midnight till 6 a.m. Be like, yeah, I'll see you at 6. You know, but you give them that phone and leave it in their room overnight, and their parents don't know because like, oh, my kid's a gem. They would never ever be doing this. But it's not that your kid's bad. There's somebody with bad intentions that's communicating and talking to your kid all night long. And so, and again, like Stacy said, it's not ever victim blaming. This is the reality. People who are designed and who are putting effort into learning how to manipulate people do it online. And they do it very successfully because we all want to be loved. We all want to be popular and everything else. But that's the easiest way for me to lure you in, is by promoting that.
So that brings me to my next question. Is there a link between pedophilia and sex trafficking? Is that something you guys see? Not like a link in all cases, but is that something that you see, like people specifically looking for children to sleep with, or something, you know, we're talking about minors being engaged online. What's that kind of look like?
Based on some of the studies and the tracking of numbers, especially here in Arizona, we saw an uptick in familial trafficking during COVID, and we saw, you know, a lot of people looking to purchase with children during that time. But it's like, it's kind of basic supply and demand. Like if the demand is out there, somebody is going to meet that supply. And again, all walks of life. So, you know, sometimes they're coaches, sometimes they're teachers, sometimes they're doctors, right? They're attorneys. Like buyers can be anybody. Gosh, when was that thing? Was it like about a year and a half ago? It was a pediatrician looking to buy sex with a young boy, right? And he was a pediatrician at one of the hospitals, and it made the news. But again, it's like there are people that are out there looking for it, and you know, the internet has made it more accessible than ever, right?
Okay, absolutely. And again, you have those who target children on the dark web, those who are trying to create content with them, and then you have an entire different market, which is, I just want to buy sex with them. Because it is two different things where you're looking at that. And like Stacy said, the accessibility and what we've done in our culture has just flourished this ability. We have taken the hypersexualization of our youth and like cranked the flame up and been like, look at all these beautiful kids. And we dress them as adults. We dress them very provocatively. We have TV shows that cater to that. In fact, like Netflix got a lot of negative publicity a year and a half, 2 years ago because of pushing kids. And again, that is, you bring kids into the sexual realm, you're going to have people say, that's what I want. And whether or not they had that predisposition before, they're going to develop a desire for it.
We've covered kind of the basics of sex trafficking and everything like that. I want to focus now on Arizona and what sex trafficking is like in Arizona. Because, I mean, from just what I've read, it's one of the states that has one of the worst problems with sex trafficking. What's the reasoning behind that? Like, what's going on?
Well, we have, and again, depending upon the study, Arizona ranks either 14th to 18th on as far as sex trafficking. It's that guys who come to Arizona, and again, predominantly dudes, and like 98% of them, when guys come to Arizona, they're willing to do things in somebody else's backyard that they wouldn't be willing to do if they were home with their spouse or something else like that. And one of the biggest studies that was ever done by Demand Abolition shows that just over 5% of all guys who are sex buyers are willing to buy sex if the conditions are right. So 1 in 20 guys is somebody who's like, hey, if everything presents itself right, I'm willing to buy sex. And so, like, one of the numbers that we used, everybody kept throwing out, like, before the Super Bowl came, like, Super Bowl's going to bring 1.5 million people to the Valley. It's going to be huge. It's going to be awesome. Well, you can conservatively say that probably half of the people that went to the Super Bowl events were probably guys. So 750,000. Well, if you're looking at 5% of those dudes, that's 37,500 guys were here who were willing to buy sex if the conditions were right. And so during that time, our law enforcement partners and nonprofit guys that all worked together, there were 362 arrests made during that time. And I always ask people, like, hey, 37,500 versus 362, was that a successful time? And people like look at the number, well, no. It's like, yes, it was. It was awesome. It was a lot of work. Okay? But the thing is those guys were willing to buy if it looked right. It didn't say that they were going to buy. But what's even more radical is after the Super Bowl and all that stuff got done, the city of Scottsdale came out and they had a big news article. They hosted over 1.5 million people alone, not including what was brought to Glendale and Phoenix and everything else. So that number could have been doubled or even tripled because they had, I mean, just crazy turnouts in Scottsdale for those events. So like I said, it really takes, and it's not that the Super Bowl's bad. It's not that the waste management is. It's just where dudes go and dudes drink and dudes aren't with, they're going to do dumb dude things. And again, we got to stop that normalization of dudes being dudes, you know, and educate them like, hey, the girls that are being shipped in here because of these events, or the girls that are coming here, or our people who are here being trafficked locally, they're being victimized. It's not that they want to do this, and, you know. And so, like I said, that message needs to be out there. So guys, stop thinking, hey, this is okay. If you go to Vegas, it's still not okay. It's not legal to do in Vegas. So, you know, so like I said, it's that normalization of police really has got to change.
Or just like, hey, dude, don't do that to your wife. That's awful. Like,
well, bare minimum. Yeah, bare minimum.
Like, hey, let's be a good husband and let's not do that.
Yeah, because you said on the phone the other day, what was the percentage roughly of men that have engaged in that?
So we know, like, kind of what Nate said, 1 in 20 is we know in Arizona, so it's about 5 to 10% given what our population is. But I mean, it's true. Like, what happens when we get, like, you know, if you go out with 20 buddies to a bar, is there going to be a little bit of chaos? Is there going to be a little less decision making going on? Are you going to be a little more impulsive? Are you going to maybe do like a bachelor party, right? You're going to do maybe some things that you wouldn't normally do, right? Like, so, but there are people that, you know, we know there's people that travel for work. They travel 60% of the time. And like our hoteliers have told us, like, people will come up and be like, so where can I buy sex here in Phoenix? Like, you know, like when they travel, that's what they do is they buy an escort or they buy someone to have sex with, right? And when you talk to these sex buyers, they have this rationale. They're like, oh, it's all good. It's just you and I having fun. It's like, I don't have to worry about your feelings. I don't have to, like, I get mine, you get yours, whatever. But it's, again, that bringing up that transactional type thing. But again, how do you know? How do you know that person's an adult, right? We have minors that look like adults, right? If you're not carding them or asking them to see ID, you don't know. How do you know that they have a trafficker or not? How do you know, like, all these things, like, how do you know you're being a good consumer, right? You can't tell that you're a good consumer. I've had an 18-year-old sex buyer. I've had an 84-year-old sex buyer, everybody in between, right? But we talk about victims too. Like, we have the 2-year-old victim in Mesa. We've had, gosh, how old is that lady? Like 64? A 64-year-old victim, everybody in between, right? So we're talking spans of populations that go across generations, right? So it's not just, we can't just fit a victim in a box. We can't fit a buyer in a box. We can't fit a trafficker in a box. Like, that's the scary thing is all of us are vulnerable human beings, and there will be vulnerable people, whether they're a buyer, a predator, or a trafficker, to take advantage of that vulnerable person.
So one of them, because it made the national news, actually a little over a year ago, it was December 26th. And again, this has had an awesome conclusion that just happened. Scottsdale Police Department rocked it. This, and I said it came out national news in January of last year, but the victim in this case was 54 years old. She was a housekeeper with a guy. She worked with a guy for several years in California. They moved to Tucson, where he finally started getting her like, oh, what if we took some pictures? You know, what if we just did that? And then it evolved obviously into the pictures to start having sex and stuff. And they get to Scottsdale, and in Scottsdale, finally, and this guy was a quirky dude. He, and again, traffickers are very, very unique individuals. He wanted his money counted a certain way, and she failed to do that. And so he grabbed her, threw her up against the fridge, strangled her, and started beating her because she miscounted the money and didn't have it laid out properly. And so finally, Scottsdale Police Department gets called. And the wild thing is dealing with Scottsdale, talking with these dudes, and they are awesome. They're a great, great team. They said that throughout this month and a half that she was living in Scottsdale with this dude, if the neighbors had just talked, they would have had the entire case wrapped up within the first week, but nobody called the cops.
Yeah.
And so what happened was one person came in and said, yeah, my parking spot is right here by this condo. There's always dudes showing up parking in my spot. Somebody had a Ring camera across from the other condo, and dudes, 8 to 10 dudes a day are coming and going from this place. But they were like, no, but they were dressed nice. It didn't look like drug deals, so I didn't call the cops. And then other neighbors all had different aspects of what they had seen. And so Scottsdale PD, when they finally put all these pieces together, had an amazing case. But what you really learn in that case is that if you see something, please reach out. Like, be a witness. And a lot of us don't want to say anything, especially in cases because we're, I don't want to piss off my neighbor. But that could have stopped that lady's victimization a month and a half prior. And honestly, and again, that trafficker just got sentenced. He's going to do some time in prison, which is fantastic. And Scottsdale did a great job working that case and trying to get that victim. And that victim is in a safe place now and doing really well. But like I said, that one experience for me, when you talk about interesting, how if somebody would have just said something, it could have stopped the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, I think about a juvenile victim that was rescued in one of our smaller towns. They were staying in a extended stay suite. And again, the call for service for patrol was a family fight, right? And they have gone to human trafficking training. And so some of the patrol officers were like, something's not right here. And some of the things are just not making sense. And the little girl said a couple things that really just put off patrol's spidey senses. And they ended up doing a forensic interview, and it was mom and the boyfriend that were trafficking her. And again, made the news. But the mom just took a plea deal for 49 years. So the best thing about a plea deal is that victim, that child, doesn't have to go testify against her mom and her stepdad, and that person will be in jail for the rest of their life, prison. And so that child can start that healing process and not have to, you know, do all that. But we do a lot of outreach. We've got a lot of really beautiful stories. You know, we should never have the expectation that when working with a victim, we're not saviors. We're not rescuing anybody, right? We're not doing that. I don't like the word rescue. I don't rescue anybody. I always tell people we're gardeners. We're planting seeds. We're watering them. We should never expect a victim to accept help the first time. So it's going to be multiple touches. So we do that on outreach. We do outreach a lot with a lot of our law enforcement partners and other NGOs. And we've had some really beautiful stories of just talking to people, and we use other survivors or lived experience experts to make that first contact with our victims as part of our team. And we've had several people who were like, yeah, you know what, I'm ready to get away from my trafficker. I'm ready to get out of the life. I want to get my kids back. We've had them go to school, start earning their educational degrees, go to trade school. And so we've had some really beautiful success stories. And that's what we want to do, is we want to, you know, empower survivors and let them know that they are not what happened to them. That can be a sentence in their story, it could be a paragraph, it could be a chapter, but it's not their entire story. And they've got so much more to life than what's happened to them.
Maybe in Phoenix, in this whole area specifically, is there any sort of a link between like organized crime and sex trafficking and sex workers? Or is it more just everybody's just kind of on their own?
So Yes. So when you're talking about organized crime, it may not be the mafia is running this, right? But again, you have a trafficker who is setting up an enterprise that, again, is organized. He's going to have what they call a bottom. That's somebody who's involved in helping recruit, helping train, help keep girls and boys in line of what they need to do. You're going to have possibly security individuals, gang members, especially. Gangs are all about hustling. They're about making dope or drugs, money. They're about prostitution. They're about everything. So whatever they can do to lift their elevation, they will do it. And I tell people all the time, my last year as the human trafficking sergeant in Mesa, our gang guys would be out investigating home invasions and stuff like that, and they'd be like, hey, you guys need to come down here. This dude's also trafficking his girlfriend. And she was a participant because she's in love with her boyfriend, who's a gangster who's posting ads for her. So whatever hustle they can get going on. And again, that's organized crime. And Stacy brought it up, your illicit massage businesses, there's a reason why 90% of your illicit massage businesses are Asian run. And again, we are talking about criminal enterprises that go back to South Korea, that go to China, that they go to their families and say, this is what you're going to do when you come to America. This is what you're going to do, and this is what you're going to make money on. If you do that for us, we will take care of your family. If you don't do this for us, guess what's going to happen to your family? And again, we are talking about legitimate organized crime individuals. So those victims, when they come to the U.S., they come through ports like San Francisco, big Asian community areas. They get their massage licenses. They come over here, and they are part of an organized crime element. They meet a mama-san who, for all intents and purposes, is their pimp, right? They take them to and from the massage businesses. They handle all the financial stuff. That money then leaves here and goes back offshore. But those victims, and it's so difficult to work with them because if they say anything, what's going to happen to their families? And that's a real threat. So, I mean, there was a case about a year and a half ago where a detective was doing a search warrant, and unfortunately he made a comment that like, well, nobody ever talks in the massage businesses. I don't know that they're even trafficking victims. Why are we doing this? And again, they can't talk to you. If they do, there's life and death consequences on the other side of this. And so you shouldn't ever go into one of those places thinking like, oh, we're going to save everybody. They're like, oh, hallelujah, you're here. I'm so glad. Because they knew this was going to happen, but there wasn't a way for them to say no either. When they were approached, it's like, well, either you're going to do this or something else could happen. And again, that's very real for them. So it's very important that you are working a very big multifaceted approach where it involves street prostitution, it involves illicit massage businesses, it involves online predation. And again, it's everywhere in all walk of life. And it's, like I said, there's nobody that's immune to this. And every time we've done trainings, somebody has an experience that a family member's going through and they're asking for specific resources for them.
Homeless individuals and sex trafficking, what's those two concepts look like?
So
very hand in hand. And again, whenever you're looking at marginalized communities, people that don't have resources, that people don't have assistance, you're going to find exploitation. And so and Stacey's going to elaborate more on this. She's actually doing stuff right now, but you're going to find people that will say, do you need a bed for the night? I got you. But you're going to give me this, or we're going to do this. If you need food, what are you willing to do for food if you haven't eaten? And again, there are people that are going to say, well, for this $5 cheeseburger, this is what you're going to do for me. So again, you're always going to find exploitation in communities without resources. And unfortunately, here in Arizona, we have a very healthy population of individuals who don't have homes, do not have jobs, do not have that. And even with, Paz de Cristos and St. Vincent de Paul's, you're still going to find people taking advantage of it. So, go ahead.
So we know that we have a high number of homeless youth in Arizona, as well as, like Nate said, a robust population of homeless individuals or unhoused individuals. We actually just started doing some research with adult homeless. And so we're just basically chatting about, you know, kind of their experiences growing up. So looking at their adverse childhood experiences or ACE score. So I recommend if you've never taken an ACE test to take it and see what your ACE score is, because the higher amount your ACE is, you can actually have like physical health effects and detriments to those experiences. But a lot of them, should be no surprise, they have a high ACE score. A lot of them have been chronically homeless since their youth. So we're not talking like, hey, I lost my job, became homeless in my 30s. We're seeing a lot of addiction issues. But one of the things that was really striking in some of the few people, just this is anecdotally, the research hasn't come out yet, is we have people that are in their mid-30s who have been chronically homeless since teenage years, and they were sex trafficked under the age of 18. And so, again, I don't want to say that there's correlation there, but we can see the impact that trauma can potentially have on somebody for a lifetime. And then we do homeless youth surveys every year. And so, again, we see a very high amount of people that experience some form of labor or sex exploitation as part of their homeless experience. And so, and sometimes people refer to it as survival sex, right? Like, okay, I'm living rough, I'm living on the streets, like, I'll trade you sex for some drugs. I'll trade sex for something to eat. I'll trade sex to come be in your hotel room with you for the night or have a hot shower in the hotel room. So, again, it's what as a society can we do better? Like, you know, and kind of like Nate said, altruistic people. Like, you're not going to go up to this homeless person and be like, I'm going to buy you a hotel room for the night. Like, what do they want in exchange for that hotel room? So, you know, it's something that we see, again, that's a marginalized population. Someone's taking advantage of that vulnerability about, and it's really sad.
Yeah, one of the stats, so our partners at ASU STIR, which is their sex trafficking intervention research group, they did a study in southern Arizona of homeless youth, and one of the stats that came out, especially, and it was striking with me, I actually use it in my training, is 1 out of 3 girls that is between the ages of 18 and 24 reported being trafficked out of the homeless youth. So again, that's huge, that 30% of them had an active trafficking ordeal.
That's a massive chunk of the population, 30%. I mean, that's just, it's hard to, I feel like, wrap your head around that many people from a group, you know? So I've watched a lot of interviews with like homeless people in Phoenix, but a lot of them reference something called midnight productions.
I'm going to let Nate answer this one.
So Midnight Productions is originally was noted as a snuff film group, right? And so being in law enforcement, we would get high profile cases and people say, oh, that was a victim of Midnight Productions. One of which, Mikkel Biggs, one of the most cold case kidnappings in Mesa, there's ties to Midnight Productions. There are law enforcement officers who are like, 100% that's real, they exist. There are other law enforcement people who are like, no, it doesn't. Every single time it's come up, and like within my last 2 or 3 years, with Mesa even, I got a call from a dude at ASU PD, and he's like, hey man, you guys got to come take care of this. It's in Tempe, but the victims are from Mesa, and it's Midnight Productions. This is where they're doing everything. We went, there was not an ounce of anything that you could find about anybody having been killed, anybody, anything. And so, again, there are people in both camps. Does it exist? Does it? I personally think that they do not exist. Just based off what I've been through, I've never found anything in the multiple investigations that I've been called on that ever came back to a group that was Midnight Productions. Like I said, I have personal friends who have worked other cases that are like, no, 100% they're real, but there's never a place, there's never a name, there's never nothing. And it comes back to, I don't know if you've seen like The Usual Suspects, Kaiser Sose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, nobody is Kaiser Sose. Like, and again, you're talking about, why has nobody ever been tied to it? Why has nobody ever been arrested? Why has never been found that this is the camera that had the imprint that caused this, that came back to this film? Are there people doing snuff films? Yes. Are there people doing kidnappings and stuff to video? Yes. They're serial predators. Is it the same group? Is it the same people? I don't think so personally. But yeah, every time it comes up, and again, I kind of laugh because there are two big camps, even within law enforcement. It's like, no, it's 100% for realsies. And then there's
That's
other people that
crazy.
are like, yeah, no. So
That's funny because I would assume that it would be like I was 100% sure that you were going to say that it wasn't real, but I would not expect the 50% to actually think it would be real.
we're going back over 25 years now,
Yeah.
30 years now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that even predated my time with Mesa.
Really?
Police Department. Yeah. And I did 22 and a half years with Mesa, and this June it'll have been 2 years since I've retired. So, I mean, you're looking at almost 24 years. But like I said, that was before my time even. So, like I said, I don't think it's there. Like I said, it comes back to Kaiser Sose. I mean, just it's a mythical person that nobody can touch, and there's
Right.
never. That's the guy, you know. So
it's interesting that it's been talked about for a long time because that's what we noticed. Just looking at all those interviews, people keep bringing that up, and it's almost like the boogeyman. I feel
it is.
You know, like this group that could come target you when it's really real people, like traffickers that are coming after people they don't look like the evil, shadowy group. It's like,
well, and the thing is, like down in Phoenix, those dudes that are doing documentaries down there, those are legit traffickers. Those are legit dudes who are. I mean, there are so many videos of pimps and traffickers beating victims of trafficking because they didn't make quota because they disrespected them by looking at them. I saw one recently that, I mean, right in front of a laundry shop, there's like 5 or 6 other dudes and girls hanging around, and this dude's just waylaying this girl, and everybody's just sitting there, and then they put it out on social media. You know, Phoenix PD got involved in that case and worked it, but I mean, those are real people. Those are real
crazy.
suspects, you know. But and again, with Midnight Productions, you never hear anything of anybody that's actual involved.
Yeah.
just to end this interview for anybody who might be watching, like, this is two-pronged. One, what should they like look out for, even with like family members looking at their children or other loved ones? What kind of things can they kind of see that they might be able to make a change if this trafficking is going on? And two,
what is something you can do to like notify the people that you need to if you notice something like this?
So let's just say this. If you want to know more on indicators or how to report different levels of things like CSAM or have a national hotline, we have an Arizona Human Trafficking Hotline, you can go to aatn.org/indicators. And we'll have all the phone numbers on that page, and then we'll have some downloads for indicators so you can look for stuff. But kind of as Nate said, like, it takes a village to raise kids right now. It takes a village to be a part of a community. It takes all of us working together. So if you see something, say something. Like, you're not going to be able to tell, like, if him and I are in a fight at a restaurant and I'm maybe crying behind glasses.
Right.
That's happened. You're not going to be able to tell it's a human trafficking situation. You might be like, oh man, they're in a fight. Like,
Even if Nate didn't know there was a fight going on.
you might be like, wow, they're mad at each other. Like, wow, what's going on? Like, right? Or maybe he's being aggressive, or you can see his body language, and you're like, hey, he might hit that girl, or not that he would ever do that, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
if you see something, say something. It might not be human trafficking, right? Like, those people called because they heard a domestic violence incident. It turned out to be trafficking. Again, you get called to a family fight. You hear, the cops hear, oh my gosh, there are sounds of this kid is being sold for commercial sex, right? They're being trafficked. So it's these elements of just learning more, hearing more. We're not gonna know. I had a victim who was being beat up in a QT parking lot. Nobody called. You weren't gonna know she was a victim, but if you would have called, like he said, hey, these guys are surrounding this girl and beating the crap out of her on the side of the road. Call 911. Like, they can intervene instead of, oh my gosh, it's been on social media for a week and now we're finally getting this. Like,
Right.
a 14-year-old's on the street and she's run away and you've encountered her. Call somebody, right? It's being a good citizen and being due diligence, because what happens if now they're out there for another month because you didn't do anything, right?
Right.
That's on your conscience for not helping or calling.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really interesting. At the very end of that interview, I thought that was unbelievable response. I mean, he said there's two camps in the Phoenix Police Department, those who believe in Midnight Productions and those who don't. He was talking about officers that swear their cases involve Midnight Productions, people who think the girl that I was talking about at the beginning, her death, her murder, is a Midnight Productions job. And I really do think, once again, I mean, I started out this whole journey thinking this is so fanciful. There's no way that this shadowy group is abducting and murdering people on camera in Phoenix. Every single person that we talked to led me to believe in them even more. Even though they didn't necessarily believe in Midnight Productions with the anti-trafficking network, just the fact that he said it could be up to half of the police officers in the Phoenix area that they believe in Midnight Productions. I mean, I feel like that speaks volumes, doesn't it? That shows that truly there is something going on. And if you have cops that believe in this theory, I'm inclined to believe that there's probably something going on. I mean, that was really interesting. That next night we filmed the paranormal investigation and we ended up in Tucson, Arizona. And let me play you a clip right now of something they found in Tucson just a few years ago.
It means trees. Just on the left side of this fence, that's where this thing is.
This is a prison cell. Only kids are being held down here.
And they brought me into the camp and showed me the underground bunker. It was basically a giant plastic container with a hole only small enough for a child to crawl in and out of. And it was angled in such a way and it was buried underground that a small child that was in there could not have gotten out on their own.
They're having them slide up.
There's a child's vanity and a hospital toilet. That looks like a child's car seat. Strollers and children's toys and clothing and food packets and stuff like that. So clearly children had been kept here. All right, so with these straps. But one thing that was really disturbing was there were arm restraints, wrist restraints on two trees angled like this to where friends of mine that are investigators that do a lot of stuff on the border say, Craig, that's a rape tree. That looks exactly like wrist restraints for a rape tree. It doesn't look like anything else. This is clearly a disturbing and wrongful thing going on. It's inhumane. It's shocking and upsetting.
So as you've seen, sex trafficking is a huge problem in Arizona, and that bunker was uncovered in Tucson. Now, I couldn't find anything else about that, who it belonged to, any groups or people that were arrested afterwards, children that were found. I couldn't track down any information, but something that I will point out is that their Midnight Productions is said to operate out of houses, out of hotels and motels, inside of abandoned buildings is another big place where they film these snuff films and obviously all of that stuff. There's a hotel in Tucson that I read mentioned on a forum about Midnight Productions called the Minsk Hotel. This place is extremely dangerous. Just last year, they had 3 people murdered in one summer in the hotel, gun violence. And it's known across the city as like the worst motel in the city. The reviews are insane. We wanted to stop by and check the place out. And we were actually going to perform a paranormal investigation there and do some luminol testing and stuff. But when we got there, there were a bunch of police officers outside. And so, yeah, here's a little clip of us visiting the Minsk.
Yeah, I say we just get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to be the next victim. Yeah, it's a little ominous. So we forgot that we were going to start doing this at all these locations that we visit, but I'm going to start taking Polaroid photographs of all of this stuff, because these you can't erase, you can't wipe. So once we have these photos, we can link everything together. But I'm going to get one right here. Police just went into the hotel with gloves on. Something obviously happened here today. Or last night. What is it is the question. God, that's freaky.
So something that you have to mention when it comes to Midnight Productions, which you've heard in these interviews, is organ harvesting. Now that also sounds insane. Like, how is that even possible? There's no way that that's happening. I could easily write that off. You know, sane people would argue that, oh, that's too crazy to believe in. About a decade ago in Phoenix, not even a full decade ago, a business was busted. What it turned out to be was what they called a human chop shop. So people had been donating their bodies to science, to this organization, to this building, and when they dropped their loved ones' bodies off at this place, they thought they were being, donated to science and research, but instead they were being carved up with chainsaws. The body parts were being sewn to each other. There was a bucket of genitals in there. Just horrific stuff. And I mean, how weird is that, right? When do you hear of a body part harvesting facility? And something else really, really interesting is that facility actually sold body parts to the United States government. It was documented. So the US government was tied into this illegal, gruesome body harvesting shop. So let's follow the stream of thought. So if the US government and authority figures and officials in Arizona and Phoenix are involved with Midnight Productions, Midnight Productions is also made up of authority figures and those people, and Midnight Productions harvests organs and sells them on the black market. Well, when you uncover a gruesome body chop shop in Phoenix that has links to authority figures, I don't know what to tell you, but here's a clip of us visiting that place. So an interesting twist in the Midnight Productions case happened right here in Phoenix, Arizona. So in this building behind me in the 2010s, I want to say it was 2014, 2015, a human chop shop was uncovered. So people were selling organs on the black market out of this building. People were donating their bodies to science, and their bodies weren't going to science. They were being carved up. Inside of this building, they found buckets full of human heads and male genitalia, a body with a woman's head stitched onto a man's corpse. This was a ghoulish scene, and when they eventually looked into all of this, they discovered that some of these bodies and body parts were being sold to the US government. So I think we're about to get kicked out of here, but we just wanted to show this, and we'll talk about it more in a second.
Against a body donation and tissue bank in Phoenix, Arizona. It was raided back in 2014 in a human body parts trafficking investigation. Brianna Whitney spoke to a man whose mom and grandmother were donated to that center. We warn you, some may find this story disturbing.
This is a horror story. It's just unbelievable. This story is unbelievable.
For years, Troy Harp has been living a nightmare.
This is my mother. This is when she was a baby.
After donating his mother and grandmother to Biological Resource Center in 2012 and 2013, with the understanding their bodies would be used for scientific purposes.
Cancer and leukemia and whatever else, using sample cells. And that's what I was told.
But that's not what happened. In 2014, the FBI raided the Phoenix facility in hazmat suits as part of a multi-state investigation into the illegal trafficking and sale of human body parts. But for the first time, we're now able to see the testimony from one of the FBI agents who conducted the raid, and what he recounts is shocking. He said he found a cooler filled with male genitalia, a bucket of heads, arms, and legs, infected heads, and one of the most disturbing findings, called a morbid joke in the lawsuit, a small woman's head sewn onto a large male torso like Frankenstein and hung up on the wall.
Who in their right mind? It's absolutely gross.
The lawsuit also says the bodies were cut up with chainsaws and bandsaws, and pools of human blood and bodily fluids were found on the floor of the freezer, with no identification tags on the bodies.
Tools that are not appropriate for dismembering scientific bodies.
Harp says his mother's ashes showed up by mail on his doorstep shortly after the raid, but he isn't even sure they're her ashes. He says his mom and grandma wanted to help medical research after their death, yet doesn't believe they ever made it out of the BRC building.
You feel like you've gotten any closure?
None. This is open, and I don't think I ever will.
BRC owner Stephen Gore was sentenced to 1 year of deferred jail time and 4 years probation after he pleaded guilty to illegal control of an enterprise.
So after that, once again, I lost some of the B-roll here of us visiting this motel. I lost the B-roll of the outside of the motel to show you kind of what it looked like. It was a dingy, old motel kind of tucked off the side of the highway. I'd seen this place referenced numerous times in the blogs and articles about Midnight Productions, and we wanted to see for ourselves if there was any truth to these rumors. Now, what we were about to find in our hotel room was incredibly disturbing, so I'm just going to cut to this now.
So before we even get into where we are, I want to show what this device has been picking up. This is one of our paranormal devices. It basically takes EMF fluctuations, puts them through an algorithm, gives you a word. It said before, ending, what time? It's almost like a question, like when will this be over? And then it says, turn it off. I've never seen that response ever before, and if you think about people being videotaped as they're raped, that might be something that somebody would say. But, so right now we're at a motel here in Scottsdale that we came to, that I'm not going to put the name of the motel because of their business, but I'm going to show you. I found this place mentioned in a couple different forums about Midnight Productions, that this was one of the places where they're abducting people, victimizing them. And just a couple years ago, this place used to be a lot sketchier. I think they've had new management come in, but I already talked about it on the video, but people reported random men coming into their rooms late at night that were employees of the motel, finding blood, all sorts of sketchy things. But we've got some devices here. Now, we are doing our paranormal investigating techniques like we always do, but we have some new interesting stuff that we're going to be using here. So we have this really high-powered UV light that we're going to do a sweep before we begin investigating, so we can see if there's any fluids or anything hidden in this room. We also have some luminol, so that if we find any areas that are suspicious, we can check if there's blood. Luminol can pick up blood from even all the way up to 10 years ago. And we also have a bug detector to see if there's any hidden cameras or recording devices here. Why don't we do the bug detector first?
So this thing, it picks up on radio frequencies, and it also has a feature where you can see infrared. So on like cameras and stuff like that.
So we're basically seeing if there are any hidden recording devices here.
Tired of the mainstream traffic networks? There's a world beyond Facebook, Google, and TikTok ads. I'm Adam.
Here in this motel.
This picks up on radio frequencies.
This room that we have could be a prime location for activities like this because it's upstairs, so it's away from like people's visibility, but it's also right in front of the stairway. So if people needed to get in and get out quickly, like they were trafficking people, this would be an easy room because they would just hit the stairs, and it's hidden it. I mean, just take a look. It's the middle of the day right now. So, let's search, man. Also, this drawer was like this when we got here. It was open. Wait, search that area one more time. Wait, so is it picking up a signal that it's pointing at?
Yeah.
Like it's right in that direction?
Yeah.
Here?
I'm picking up on my coffee maker.
There's a space behind this mirror.
It's kind of freaky.
It's a little freaky, yeah.
I have to say, this is for entertainment purposes only, and we're just trying to learn from this video, so I'm going to keep going on.
We took this thing out and we were playing with it in our hotel room and it didn't go off at all.
I know this looks strange, what I'm doing.
So it looks like it's... It's like right here.
Hold it up towards these lights in the bathroom. These kind of look sketchy.
I wonder if it could be picking that up.
Look at these in here. Imagine how freaky it would be if we actually found a camera.
I know.
Nothing in here.
It's like right here. So it's... I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a hidden camera here, but audio recorder?
Maybe.
I mean, it's... This isn't like an EMF meter where it's picking up electromagnetic frequency.
No.
There's something in this area. Like, let's show them, walk around here, there's nothing.
Maxed out in the middle of the room. I'm a little freaked out. I don't see anything.
Look over in the bathroom one more time.
I don't see any cameras, thank God.
Not in here.
Nothing.
We're not going to leap to any conclusions here, but he's weak. Barbed wire, large table, he's weak. That's fucking what this device just said.
We never get anything like that.
Barbed wire, large table, he's weak. That's disturbing. Well, there is a signal in here coming from somewhere.
What it is?
We don't know. I mean, we're not experts at using these devices, but we did pick up the signal itself. So now let's do the UV light sweep. Here. Oh. Alright. Oh, dude. Look at that.
Oh, God. Maybe this isn't a good idea.
Dude, look at all that stuff over there.
Yeah, gross.
What the fuck? That paint looks like blood. Doesn't it?
I mean,
that
it might be.
Turn the light on. What? Oh my god, dude.
Blood.
No fucking way.
That's legit
No,
blood.
dude.
You can.
What? Oh my god, bro.
What
the fuck?
Oh, dude, I got chills right now. What the
legit.
f, dude?
Hold on. You can see it.
Oh, dude, it's 100% blood, bro. That is 100% blood on the door. On the door, dude?
Look up here.
Oh my God, Connor. Dude, look at this, bro. There's blood all the way across the door. What the f happened here, dude? Oh my God, dude.
What the fuck?
All right, no, that's so trippy because the way it showed up looked like paint to me.
Yeah. You really did think it was paint.
No, bro, that's 100% blood.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm just spray luminol on it.
Dude.
That's
I did
weird.
not expect that at
No.
all, bro. I did not
And
expect
it's
that.
all over the door.
Yeah. Dude, it's all the way up here. It goes all the way
On
here.
the edges. Look.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot of it. All on top.
All down here.
Oh, there's a big spot right here.
Yep. And then here, dude. That's crazy.
Jeez.
What that mean? Seriously, what does that mean for this documentary? Does that mean that
It's still happening?
something is fucking happening in this room? Dude, that's crazy, bro. This is a completely random room that we just got given by the hotel staff. All right, so we have luminol, which confirms if stuff's blood, so we're gonna bring that back over here, but let's finish this sweep first, see if there's anywhere else we should test. You wanna kill that light again? That's fucking...
We should look up, like, when you shine a UV light on blood, what does it look like?
Large table, he's weak, can't... Stop. False. Alright, this is getting a little eerie, man. Oh, look it. Is there more?
Looks like it.
Dude, no. Wait, bro. No.
All over the walls. Oh my God.
Oh. Oh. Dude.
That's freaky, dude.
Should we lift the sheet up and look at the mattress?
Maybe.
Let's do it.
It's clean.
Clean mattress.
Look on this side. Oh, on the lampshade. Oh.
Oh, dude, right here, too.
Oh my God. That might be something else.
Ugh. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff stained over here. Alright. Let's check over here. Yeah. Some white stuff. I don't know if the camera picks it up. Look at my shoes. This is the area I'm a little bit afraid to scan, if we're gonna be honest. Oh! Dude, what's all this shit? Splatter marks of something on the ceiling. Mirrors.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, this is creepy, honestly. This makes me scared to stay in a hotel room.
Honestly.
Anything under here?
But close the door. Close the door.
Oh. Oh, man. happened? I don't know. I'm not even kidding, dude. Alright. The final test. Bathroom doesn't look too bad. Shockingly, bathroom is the cleanest part. The cleanest. It would make sense. It is where you clean yourself. Bro, I gotta see those bloodstains again, though. Oh, dude, look at this. Can you turn your light on? What the f is that? Can you shine it on it? Look at that. It's like completely invisible then when you put this on it.
Mm-hmm. That is nuts.
Alright guys, so I didn't think we'd have to use it, but we came prepared for this. We actually brought luminol. So if you don't know what luminol is, it's what crime scene technicians use to identify bloodstains. They look for bloodstains with this because it makes blood glow. So we have the luminol already prepared, and I think we start spraying on the door for sure. Alright, so we just want to show this on camera. I have a diabetic blood pricker right here because I'm diabetic. So there's some blood. We're going to test this out to make sure we're looking at it right. Alright, so take a look at this. Is my blood.
Without any light. I want to spray it all over the place.
I know. So let's go try this door one more time.
I don't think it's blood. Well, then what is it?
So it doesn't, we're trying to do this scientifically. That doesn't look like it's blood, but we thought maybe it's like, you know, another thing like semen or saliva. But when you look at it up close, it's red and looks exactly like blood.
Yeah, if that's someone's...
Like, it's clearly not either of those. And it's also not like paint or something like that. It's like literally just dripped on the door on top of the paint. So I don't know what that is. Alright, so we tried over here, another area where we saw some staining. I'll try to lower the exposure. Hit it again. You see those little spots? Look at this. Where did you spray that?
Right here.
Oh, there was some stuff glowing over there too.
Yeah.
All down there.
I'm nervous about this. Oh.
Oh, dude, blood. There's blood on the wall right here. Oh my god, dude, there's a lot of blood on the wall. Bro, that's fucking crazy, Connor. So this is actually picking up blood right here on the wall. A big splatter of blood. You can see it really well on my camera.
I can see it.
Anywhere else we should try? That's wild that there's blood right there.
Where they just wipe it
Come
down
up the
with
carpet a
little
little
alcohol.
bit. Over here.
Oh, look, turn it up. Turn it up.
Oh! Spray a bunch right there.
What gets out blood? Vinegar, right?
Oh,
Vinegar gets
God.
out blood.
Dude. Huge blood stain on the carpet.
That's freaky, dude.
Look at that, man. My camera's picking it up. It's like there's blood all over this place.
I don't like that.
How about right here?
A little bit.
Yeah, there's some blood there.
That is freaky. It's like there's blood everywhere.
All over this room. Alright, so we were just setting up for our little investigation. This device again said gun, the window, master bedroom. I don't know what those words mean.
There's a lot of words that we've never gotten on that device.
They're like eerily relevant words.
Regina.
Alright, so Connor just started his device and it said Regina.
React.
React to the luminol.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Malevolent Spoon. Alright, to whoever's in here, if we saw your blood just now, maybe you were killed. Crystals. Maybe you were killed in this room or this motel. Regina?
I'm in the house.
Everything's like very relevant.
Dude, the house.
I'm in the house, like something a prostitute would say, right? Possibly, you know, street person kind of slang, right?
That's tied into Midnight Productions.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago. Cities. Maybe they're being trafficked.
Where did Echoes go? Get back in here, Echoes. I'm gonna play your. I'll put your Walmart thing up in a minute, Cheryl. We're just kind of locked into this. I didn't know it was gonna be this enthralling. This is insane.
Victor came from Chicago.
Shall I make noise?
Dispensary? I mean, there's dispensaries here.
This is how I will prove that I am worthy of the best.
Those are different things connected to the dispensaries in the town.
Disagree.
Disagree, not cartel. This said pulled hair. Regina? My name's Colin.
My name's Connor.
We're just here to figure out what happened here. Regina, if you can see any of our lights, the little red lights, or you can use your voice.
The rack.
More torture. Can you tell us what happened in this room? Whose blood is everywhere?
Count?
Count? The children.
Count the gone children.
Hunting. Got hunting eye. Bishop. Oh. 80.
80 children gone. Phalarope?
What does it say?
Phalarope? Phalarope?
How do you say that?
Phalarope?
Phalarope. It's a bird.
Famished.
Famished.
Halva?
How do you spell it?
Halvah.
Dude. This said famished and then gluttony immediately afterwards.
Microbe?
I'm sorry.
You don't need to be sorry.
Unless this is the person who was doing it. Can you tell us what happened here? Solidify.
What happened in this room?
Hierarchy.
Hierarchy. Strontium.
What happened at this hotel? A celebration. What happened here? A celebration.
20th celebration.
Birthday party? Regina, did you have your 20th birthday party here and you stayed here?
I mean, Scottsdale is a pretty popular place for people to come celebrate.
Maybe they got trafficked.
I did bad things. Please don't go now.
I did bad things. Please don't go now. Adhere. Regina, were you a victim or were you helping this organization?
ND.
ND? Like Indianapolis?
No, N.D.
Oh.
Non-disclosure. Herd. HURD.
Has there been human trafficking that's gone on at this hotel?
Snug.
Snuck?
Snug.
What does that mean?
The past tense of sneak.
Oh, snuck?
Snook.
Oh.
S-N-O-O-K. Endomorphism.
When did this happen? I don't know. That's crazy. And I also said, I am fine. It's sad. It's almost like somebody who...
Side saddle.
Huge.
Rub down?
What? Rub down. Huge rub down.
Rope torture.
Did the... Embezzlement. This is crazy.
Dark.
So did this torture and assault happen here at the hotel? Or somewhere else? Can you tell us where it happened?
Where did these assaults happen?
Ryan.
What?
What?
Answer phone. Settlement.
What did it say?
Ryan answer phone settlement. Hold up.
Downtown.
What? That's where it happened, downtown. That's the conspiracy.
That's literally Midnight Productions.
SH Filter. Who does this downtown? Can you tell us somebody involved? Ooze? Ryan answer phone settlement? What the hell, man? So there's a guy named Ryan involved in this? If that's true, can you touch that little red light over there or tell us the word yes?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hey. Downtown. So it's happening downtown. It's happening downtown.
Industry.
It's an industry. Or that could be industrial area like the warehouses. So they took somebody from downtown, brought them here to this hotel.
Gutenberg?
Ryan Gutenberg?
Kind of want to look it up, see if that's...
Right? They took you from downtown, brought you here. You were tortured. Did they film it?
Lucifer.
What if that's a code name that one of the Midnight Productions guys goes by?
Hell's Angels.
Is there a guy that's involved in this company who calls himself Lucifer?
Stingray.
They hear me scream.
He drives a Corvette Stingray.
Begin.
Okay. I just had asked if that's true. You say yes, it said okay. Megan?
I'm fed up.
Who's Megan?
Where'd you get Megan?
On this device. 2 women's names too. Regina and Megan.
Was there other people attacked here?
Charlotte.
Mona.
Mona and Charlotte? What I know. That's what I know. Bathroom.
Mona and Charlotte were attacked in the bathroom. And that's what they know. What the fuck?
All women's names too.
Ryan.
I mean, when we talked about victims. Megan, Mona, Charlotte, Regina were all attacked by these people. And Mona and Charlotte were attacked in the bathroom.
Don't turn this off.
Call.
Waterfall.
It said once again, answer phone, call.
Pump.
So when Ryan called, it was important to answer. Maybe Ryan's nickname was Lucifer or the devil.
Hear me.
Exclamatory. Hear me. Exclamatory.
We're listening. What do you have to say?
Spiteful.
Incorrect.
We're gonna turn these boxes off. Is there anything else you can tell us about what happened?
Friendship.
A scheme.
I don't like that.
What do you know happened? A scheme.
Is Midnight Productions real?
Can you give us your...
Associated.
Dark hair associated? Okay, before we turn these off... Can you give us a location that we should go check out while we're doing this? 11.
1.
Find it.
Just find a location.
11, 1. Could that be 11, 1?
Little boy.
Little boy.
That's dark. I'm writing this down. Can you give us any other clues about where you're trying to tell us we need to go look next? It's really sad if there's a little boy missing that you're talking about. Sacked.
Please go right.
We're asking directions. Please go right. All right, we're gonna turn on a different device. Connor, why don't you come over here? All right, so stiletto.
Knife or heels.
Yeah. All right, so we're actually trying to use this to get us somewhere in this investigation. So, coffin hair measure? So we're gonna ask some questions and I'm gonna write all of this down. Gasp. Barnyard. Alright. Where can we go to find a building where Midnight Productions is going on? Teach. School? Gallo. Can you tell us your name? He's evil.
What kind of building did this happen in?
Factory. South. I've heard South End twice, I feel. Street. 4. Food.
Yeah.
Is that what you heard? Awake? Alright, so let's talk about a victim. Can you give us some detail on the victims here? Age 8. Planned. She was just 21. Chef.
Said restaurant.
Cellar. Do they keep
working? Bribery? Assets? Family.
Who are the people? 34th? So we're going to talk about the people doing this. Who are the people committing these crimes? Reginald. Don't ask it.
Maybe?
I just did a TikTok a couple days ago, got a guy named Kiwi Pito. Solicit. 90 days. Can you tell us what this group calls themselves? Is it Midnight Productions? Demon. Demon? Demon. Who are these people?
27.
Chokeberry? Chokeberry?
Community 24.
24.
Quality.
Where can we find these people?
Borders.
The borders. Cross over the border.
You change.
Pictures.
There's lightning.
There's lightning? Alright, we're trying to investigate, like he said, a place here in Phoenix where we can find evidence of these crimes. Can you tell us a street address or a type of building?